Good afternoon. It is Wednesday, August 26th. We just heard the fire bell. It is high noon. And Dora, I hope you're having a spectacular afternoon at Grassroots. This is the regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. Looking for additions or deletions to the agenda?
There are no additions or deletions to the agenda. Thank you.
Excellent. Looking for public comments unrelated to today's agenda? Either in the room or online, unrelated to today's agenda. Tony, unrelated to today's agenda, you have 3 minutes.
I'm sorry.
Tony Kronberg, you have 3 minutes.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. Does it make a difference where I sit?
No, it doesn't make a difference.
Right.
Have you been here before?
I can't hear a thing. I've got water in my ears. I've been in the pool too much. Sorry. I have handouts for everyone. If we could pass those around, thank you. So for the record, my name is Tony Kronberg, and I wanted to congratulate you on yesterday's presentation by Bob Snyder on ZGF. I think we finally have the airport figured out. I don't think you're going to have any community flack against it. I'm really impressed with it, and I'm really proud of the feedback that the Board of County Commissioners has given to the architects, and the fact that the architects actually listened and meshed it so that it will fit our community goals and really what we do need. Then next question I have is that I'm wondering what project you're going to tackle next, because the airport was, what, a 25-year project, so to speak, and I'm not sure if any of you saw the Aspen Times article in today's paper that was written by River Stingray. It's the handout that I gave to you. And for me, it was really exciting because the title of the article was, "Can Skiing Stay at the Heart of the Roaring Fork Valley?" And basically, the comment that I have to make is that, for me, this has been a long time coming, and it's a dream that is going to come true, and it will be sooner than later. And yesterday, at the Aspen Chamber Resort Association's meeting, ACRA President, and this is taken directly from the Aspen Times newspaper, ACRA President and CEO Debbie Braun asked Aspen One's Dave Tanner, Jeff Bachheister, and Chris Miller what ACRA and its member businesses could do to help support Aspen One and work together to address traffic congestion in front of the airport and the entrance to Aspen. This is a quote by Jeff Bachheister. "It's one of those things we all have to be honest about. No matter how great our town is, you can only sit in the traffic between the airport and the roundabout for so long and still think it's awesome. In order to address the traffic and congestion piece, Aspen One has continued to support the idea of a gondola, which is an ongoing conversation and even has a place in the new Aspen County approved airport layout design. And in order to further address the headwinds to the Roaring Fork Valley's identity as a ski town, as it's been known, Aspen One's ask of ACRA, local businesses, and municipalities, along with the broader community as a whole, is to start taking action wherever possible. Let's just not talk about it," Bachheister said in response to the gondola conversation and the bigger slew of issues. "I think it's time." Lee, this is Donnie Lee of the Gant, also echoed that sentiment, noting that all the observations about problems need solutions has to be turned into action in order to preserve the valley's character and draw. "I think we're at that point," he said. Many times I've brought forward to the Pickens County Board of Commissioners, I really think the Board of County Commissioners, Pickens County, is going to solve the entrance to Aspen congestion and gridlock. You have the tools in your...
Wrap up your comments.
Okay, you have the tools in your hand. Brush Creek Park and Ride, the airport, and Buttermilk.
Thank you.
Thanks,
3
Tony.
minutes? Perfect.
you,
Thank
Tony.
you so much. Thank you.
Tony.
Thank you, everyone.
Public comments unrelated to today's agenda, in the room or online. Seeing no hands, bring it back to the board. Commissioner comments unrelated to today's agenda.
A brief one, just that, once again, we've had another accident at Smith Hill Road. At that intersection, I think was it yesterday or this morning? I'm already forgetting.
Yesterday.
Thank you.
Both?
Both.
Oh.
And so I was hoping we can get just an update via Andrew from CDOT on how's it going on the safety improvements on that. And then in a totally self-serving announcement, yesterday a mother bear and cub were hit by cars down in Carbondale. the mother was killed. The cub was rescued and taken to the Schneegass Wildlife Sanctuary and Rehab Center, which is one of our recipients of our Healthy Community Fund. But it was a tragic thing that happened right in front of everybody at the Carbondale turnoff. And the topic is safe passages. Thank you.
Ted?
Yeah, I'd just like to remind everyone how we might not have even noticed how swiftly all the groups got activated to tamp down the Kittle fire, and how all the planning that went into this from all the county municipalities and groups that go into this sometimes make the services you're not even aware of it sometimes. It happens so quickly and so effectively, it doesn't become a big issue, and I think that's why we do it. So I just wanted to acknowledge the hard work that everyone put in and how quickly it was remedied.
Thank you.
I don't have anything today.
Commissioner Clapper?
Good.
Good. I will just comment and say it's nice to see the flag flown at half-mast, so outside the building. So, thank you.
And why is the flag flying at half-mast?
As per the presidential orders,
For,
on behalf of Dolly Parton.
okay, that's great. I just didn't know that he had done
Concurring.
that.
Consent items, minutes of August 12th, regular meeting. Not seeing pulled. All those in favor? Oh, sorry, looking for a motion.
I'll make a motion to
Francie?
approve the minutes of August
Second.
12th.
Greg? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Excellent.
Okay.
Junior hockey.
All right. I know these guys. Cool.
And
Hi,
you're
Commissioners.
both welcome to join. We got room.
Hey, Ed.
Hey, how are you?
Commissioner Sammingen, you all are joining us today as the local licensing authority to review an application for a special event liquor permit submitted by Aspen Junior Hockey. It's for an event this Friday, the 28th. They'll hold it at Chaparral Ranch, and it's from 5 p.m. to midnight. The property was publicly noticed as per state statute, and they do not need to seek a permit with community development, so they are all set for their upcoming event. They're here to answer any questions you may have.
I'll just make a comment.
Yeah.
I'm definitely in favor of supporting youth hockey. My family is sort of weirdly obsessed with hockey. So I'm happy to vote in support of this, and I wish you guys the best of luck in raising some good money to support the program.
Thank you. Does Down Valley Trash have a conflict at the board table?
No, but they played in the Aspen tournament and won. Not Don Valley Trash, but
Related
as a
to
different.
Forrest Jacober?
Yeah.
The Jacober family? Yeah. So we've got Westy and Brody have been
Say it again?
Westy and Brody have been a part of our program.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Wilder was back in the day.
Yeah. And as most of you probably know, I mean, obviously Aspen Junior Hockey's been around for 50-plus years, started by the McBrides. And this is the 25th year of our Sterling Cup event, and we tried to do something a little bit different, founded by late Sterling Cooper and Jody Cooper, who've been around forever. And so, yeah, we tried to do something a little bit different, and these kind of came last minute to us, so apologies that we may have been a little bit behind.
No worries.
Is this a new event?
It's not. This is the 25th year, but this is the first time hosting it at Chaparral.
Okay.
Because of the 25th year, we thought we'd do something a little
That's
bit.
where it's
And
different.
obviously, the Scanlon family is very supportive of Aspen Junior Hockey and donated it to us to host it there this year.
Previously, it was held at Bumps.
Bumps the last
and-
couple years, yeah.
And they have an active liquor license, so they don't need to apply for a
Right.
permit.
Commissioner Clapper.
Yeah, I was blessed because my kids didn't play hockey. My daughter tried, and my hands were so blistered from tying her skates that I'm glad she decided she wasn't going to play hockey. And my son, who's now a hockey fan, he didn't play hockey, but it's a great program. The kids, it's really good. It's a great outlet for youth of all ages throughout the valley, and I think it's really awesome, and I want to thank you guys for all your efforts over all these years. I do have a concern just about the venue. We've had some issues up there that you might not be aware of noise and lights. And we've received many not related to your event. So I just want to make sure that we're conscious of the lighting issues, outdoor lighting issues, and noise issues after curfew or.
Yeah, we have music staying inside.
Perfect.
And then I don't think, there's only gonna be a little cocktail, couple hours outside before everything moves in.
Right,
And then we have
perfect.
a shuttle service, from Brush Creek that will go
I saw
through
that.
the Gerbes, get across that way.
Thank you, thank you.
We know that hockey fans and players have no relationship with noise at all.
Oh, yeah, and they're calm and quiet,
Exactly.
passive. Yeah, so good luck, and if you want to give information of how anybody can join in your event or help contribute funds for this great program that you guys are leading, then this is your opportunity.
Well, we've pretty much maxed out with sponsorship, so,
Great.
yeah, we're kind of full at the moment, but yeah, we will, definitely continue to keep pushing that envelope and trying to find more sponsors, and the community of Aspen and Roaring Fork is unbelievable for that, for supporting not just hockey, but just events, in the valley, which is remarkable, so.
Great, thank you, thanks, good to see you.
Commissioner Potion,
No, I'm good.
looking for a motion to approve an application
So
for a
moved.
special event permit submitted by Aspen Junior Hockey. Greg, thank you.
Second?
Francie, all those in favor?
Aye,
Aye.
thanks.
For your time.
Enjoy.
Get it.
Thank
Have fun.
you, thank you,
Thanks for doing the work you guys do.
thank you.
Looking for Mr. Dale Will.
Is Paul not here either?
Looking for Mr. Dale Will.
I can get us started, and then I think Dale will likely be here shortly, if that's okay with the board chair.
Great.
So if, I'd ask the board for a little leniency to hear about the next three items, items 3, 4, and 5, all in a consolidated presentation, and then we'll ultimately need to take board action on each of the ordinances individually. So if that works for the board, that's what I will do. Generally, the ordinances that are in front of you involve conservation easements for the Beljack Blue property, which is in the Woody Creek area of Pitkin County. These deeds of conservation easement were commitments made during the land use approval process for the Beljack Blue property, and are outlined on the various site plans and activity envelopes that have recently been recorded for those parcels. The property went through a subdivision / PUD process, and ultimately those conservation easements in the areas of each of parcels 1, 2, and 3 were identified during that site planning process and subdivision process. I don't have a map of this item, but I believe there is let me double check that. I believe there is a map of the items in your packet.
We have maps of the plat, but we don't have maps of the location of the property.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna double check. I think the conservation easements were shown as hatching on the plat, but let me pull that up. That is the last 30 days. I appreciate the board's patience. I wasn't anticipating help cover this item today.
Page 47 of 557 in your book.
Yeah,
If you want to send it to me, I can get it up.
let me pull it up here. Let's see, here we go. So yes, there's a map for each parcel in your packet. I don't have the page numbers that you all have, but for each parcel has, and particularly the amended exemption plat depicts the conservation easements, and Dale is here to provide some additional context. But Dale, I just got through explaining to the board the origin of these conservation easements and why they're in front of the board, and I don't know if you have any additional context. We were just talking about where on each of these properties the conservation easements were located.
Yeah, great. Well, thank you, Rye. And I'm pitch hitting for Paul, who's got a family situation. So sorry I was upstairs. But these conservation easements were part, as Rye probably said, of a land use approval for extended vesting that was made. And so this was part of the quid pro quo for something that you guys, I think, have already done. This is Upper Little Woody Creek, and right up at the top, the last private parcel before you get up into the public land. Really, there's no downside to accepting this now, since the landowner got what they needed out of the exchange. And we always like to conserve land when we have a chance, since landowners change and boards of county commissioners change, but conservation easements hopefully will never change. So, the Open Space Board did unanimously recommend that you accept this, and the Open Space staff does the same.
And if the board would like to see a map, I can depict that as soon as Abby lets me
We
on.
would, and I would say we would, and the answer is because what's in the resolution is parcel 1, 2, and 3, and then the numbers for the easements are separate.
And Paul also wanted to say that he will be here at second reading on this and can take a deeper dive into some details, since he actually did site visits on the ground and that sort of thing.
We did a site visit also.
And I've got a hard copy of the map, but I guess that's not
We'll
what
do
we
it at
need.
second read.
I've got it right here. I'm just being promoted to panelist at the moment. Thank you. Let me share here.
Because the easements are noted as 2A, 2B, and 3.
Right. Basically, it's the sides of the parcels that are lower down, and then it's the end of the kind of peninsula going up Little Woody Creek.
So this map depicts each of the conservation easement areas on it for the property as a whole. And this is in your packet. And then for each parcel, there is an individual map that reflects what is depicted on the larger overview map. And you can see that the various parcels have their corresponding conservation easement that goes along with them. This peninsula here is the same as this peninsula right here.
And I would note that that peninsula is entirely, surrounded on three sides by Forest Service land. So, but for that corridor of private land that we're looking at on this map, this is kind of an in-holding.
Questions for Dale? Seeing none, it's first read. Looking for a motion on an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners approving and accepting the deed of conservation easement for Beljack Blue Ranch, parcel number 1.
Moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I'm looking for a motion to approve an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners of Pitkin County, Colorado, approving and accepting the deed of conservation easement for Beljack Blue Ranch, parcel number 2.
So moved.
Second.
Francie and Greg and Francie. All those in favor?
Aye.
Looking for a motion to approve an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners of Pitkin County, Colorado, approving and accepting the deed of conservation easement for Beljack Blue Ranch, parcel number 3.
So moved.
Greg,
Second.
Francie, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Dale, we will see you shortly.
Yes. Thank you.
Thanks, Dale.
Thanks, Dale.
Parker and Mr. Breitbach. Parker Lathrop, Chris Breitbach.
Hello, gentlemen.
Hi.
Hi. Fancy seeing you here. It's all yours.
Which one do you want first?
We would like the IMT first, the NWIMT, Northwest Incident Management Team, $12,746.
Yep, so we are requesting approval and acceptance of the grant from the Colorado Division of Homeland Security Emergency Management, the Incident Management Unit grant program for this $12,748, which is an annual grant that is given to the state incident management teams, supports training, equipment, exercising. We use it additionally to help support some of our events, X Games, Up in the Sky, things like that. So my understanding is this grant has been something that's been awarded for the past several years. So it's just going through the process of the first reading for that acceptance. If there's any questions.
Questions for Chris or Parker? Seeing none, I'm looking for
I'll
resolution.
make a motion to approve the resolution approving and accepting a small dollar grant award from the Colorado Department of Public Safety, Division of Homeland Security and Emergency Management in the amount of $12,746 for the Northwest Incident Management Team and authorizing the chair to execute the agreement.
I'm
Thank you,
going to
Francie.
second that, but I have a question.
Patty, and a question, second?
Yeah, on the AIS, I'm going to ask Rye. It does say recommended BoCC action, open the public hearing. This is not a public hearing, but since it's noticed, should we open it to be safe?
It makes sense to do that. I'm sorry. It makes sense to do that, although it is not required.
Okay, but it's noticed on the AIS under recommended BoCC action. So I would request that we open a public hearing and continue that to second reading.
I'm opening the public hearing on item number 6, which is the NWIMT, looking for either hands in the room or online as per the AIS. Seeing none in the room or online, bringing it back to the board, I have a motion from Francie, a second from Patty. We will continue the public hearing at second read. All those in favor, we'll
Thank
keep
you.
the public hearing open. All those in favor?
Thank you. Aye.
Aye.
Thanks.
Good catch, thank you.
Thank you. All right, so the second is a Homeland Security grant application. In early August, Emergency Management submitted a FEMA Homeland Security grant requesting $300,000 to add to our already raised $250,000 in both public and private donations towards a used mobile command vehicle. I will note that this grant submission deadline was on August 5th, and I apologize. Today's the first day I'm getting in front of you. I had to get everything submitted amongst doing my day job, so this is the first time that we're getting it in front of you. So the fiscal year 2026 grant is a notice to funding. States very clearly that there is no cost share. That's typically one of the first things that we look for with this grant. So this is a 100% federally funded grant. The vehicle, just to give you just some real short context, is a used, I would argue, like new vehicle. It's a 2020 Freightliner LDV mobile command vehicle with approximately 1,487 miles on it. LDV is a custom custom specialty vehicle manufacturer that specializes in making incident management, incident command vehicles. It's 33 feet long and is modestly equipped, which is a good thing. It doesn't require an IT department to come along with it to operate it. Public safety people can turn it on and operate it very, very cleanly. It does have a 40-foot telescoping pan zoom camera on it, an onboard weather station, bathroom facilities, a kitchenette, and a large space for command and coordination or public safety rehabilitation. So an example being, firefighters that are working either in the hot heat of the summer or the cold of the winter, they can get out of the elements, rehabilitate if they're going to be turned back into operation. So it has dual functions with it. Buying an existing already built versus a custom fabrication avoids long design and build times and lets the county field the capacity sooner rather than later. As you all well know, we have no current dedicated mobile command platform anywhere in the county. I did, as part of the grant application, ask for letters of support. All of the public safety jurisdictions within the county, as well as the incident management unit at the state, did provide us with letters of support for this grant application. So I think I'll just stop there and see if there's any questions at all on this.
Well, I would have loved to have seen a photograph.
I'm sorry?
I would have loved to have seen a photograph of this vehicle.
I've got a video I will send you. It's a
All
2-minute
right.
video when it was built.
That'd be great.
I will do that. It's red. I will tell you it's red. And part of the money that we're asking for is to what they call wrap it, and it would turn it white. It's what a lot of public safety agencies do now. Instead of painting vehicles, they wrap them, and then they can change them if the design needs to change. So that's
What's the
part.
matter with red?
What's better? Sheriff's not nuts about red.
Commissioner Postman.
Thank you. Yeah, I was looking for a picture also. I just went online and found it.
Yeah.
And I think I'm looking at something similar. Does it have like the bays that come out the side?
It does, similar to like an RV. It has two 9-foot
Right,
slide outs,
okay.
so you basically turn it into a dance floor in the middle of it.
Right. I was a little concerned when I first saw this because I've seen the sheriff's departments around the country who go for like the things that look like an Iraq war, assault vehicle. And I was really hoping that's not what you were going after, and I'm so glad to see that this is what it is.
I use the term a bread truck or like a UPS type vehicle. It looks kind of like that type of model.
Right.
There are several mobile command platforms that look like, I call it the Dave Matthews Band bus. It looks like a Prost bus type system. We're a little more on the modest side.
Got it. Great. Thank you. I think it's great. Thanks. Glad it's working.
Commissioner Mann.
So currently, we would partner with other counties that have this kind of service available to borrow. Is that how that would work up till now?
Yeah, historically we've used Eagle County as a smaller platform that's been used, and Parker could maybe talk about that. It was used primarily for VIP visits with federal agencies for security platforms. Most recently, we used the Route County mobile command vehicle for X Games this past year. Some of you, if you came through the X Games, got a quick tour of what that looked like. So yeah, right now we rely on other agencies to donate. An example, no disrespect to Route County, but it was unavailable. We asked for it for up in the sky, and we were unable to use it for that. So they're available when they're available, type of thing.
So like, there's also probably an increase in the number of events through the years that we used to have. We could probably manage it by borrowing, and now we're at a point where we could probably use our own. Is that the thought?
Yeah, I think that, coming to the county a couple of years ago, and with the amount of special events that we have here, we could easily use this thing probably 7 to 9 times a year just on special events, not on no notice fires or law enforcement incidents that happen. The Route County trail vehicle, as I mentioned, that was purchased in 2012. It had only been used once until we requested it this past year.
Oh, yeah?
One time since 2012. So, I mean, unfortunately, these kind of platforms are not used as well as they could be. But in an area like this with so many special events, we will definitely get our use out of it.
Would there be a scenario where we would be asked if we could loan it? I mean, it sounds like it's not, that kind of thing isn't coming up that often, but do we need to figure if that's something we want to allow or not? I don't know
As
if that's
part
a
of the
future
discussions
discussion.
with our local public safety entities, yes. So as an example, the 4th of July, City of Aspen may have asked for it to be used for the incident that we put together for that. Could other regions use it? Potentially. It would probably go to a state or federal system. It is earmarked with a dollar value associated with it, and the county would receive all of that back, just like you send a human resource out the door for local incidents, but to be determined.
But the ones we have borrowed in the past, the hard part is it's not just when we request from an outside county, when they bring it, they also have to supply personnel, vehicles. Like, so it is a cost to them, and it gets harder, especially when they are already, as a lot of public safety is, pressed for personnel as well. So that's also a challenge. So this allows us to have that capability in the county. But again, with mutual aid, we do offer mutual aid to areas outside of Pickens County, because we know at times we're going to ask for the same mutual aid. And so there is definitely a give and take that we do with other counties, whether it's sheriff, fire, special events. So we would work with our neighbors on what needs, and we can only provide what we can provide, as they do the same for us. So
Yeah, of course. Okay.
but also this, I will say, having our trailer also in the past, we've used Eagles, we've used Route Counties, but we've also had more fixed locations, which provide a benefit but also a challenge. This, having a mobile command post versus a fixed command post like we do at Mountain Rescue, allows us to actually be at an incident or closer to an incident. So whether that's something as close as Buttermilk or as far away as the top of Old Snowmass for wildfire, that it does give us greater capability in how we approach it as an incident management team. So it does increase capability we just haven't had in the past, because we haven't had a tool like this in the past.
I'll say something.
Please, Francie.
So I could see it being at the Redstone 4th of July parade, but Aspen, the police station is right next to the parade. Why do you need this?
Well, this year's example of the 4th of July was kind of quite honestly, we put the incident management team together as a countywide incident because of the things that were happening around the county. One area was the parade that was happening that morning here in Aspen, but as you know, the same time there was an event happening in Redstone. Later on in the day, there was an event happening in Basalt. So this literally could be moved around as the day goes on or as the weekend goes on for larger events that are happening in multiple places.
Okay.
Further questions?
I just want to say, if we look at the number of incidents that you've had to respond to and the growth in the number of incidents over the last few years, it's kind of astonishing. Looking at mountain rescue, how often it gets used with mountain rescue, I don't know, but it seems like there's a daily, somebody falls off one of the bells or Capitol or something almost on a regular basis. It used to be, I remember back in the day, it was a pretty rare occurrence when there was a rescue, and now it's all the time. And I think we're seeing the same thing also with the fires. And so this makes sense to me, and I'm glad you brought it in, and I hope we get it.
Thank you.
I'd make a motion to approve if we're ready for that.
Please.
I'll second.
Greg, Francie, thank you. We would request your marketing packet for your fundraising as well as some images to the board, please.
Absolutely.
And thank you for your work on this.
Thank you very much.
Tour.
Yeah, good luck
And a
with the
tour
grant.
when it arrives. Yeah.
And
And
a,
I
dri-
think-
and a
I
ride.
think The other request from the board would be, we would love for Matt or someone to fly down and also do their proper due diligence before it gets
Yes.
driven back to Pitkin. And good luck closing this. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you,
Thanks
Parker.
for coming.
Chris,
Thank you
thanks,
all.
Parker.
Well done. Okay.
We're
main
moving on to
attraction.
second readings. You're good.
Hi, Andorra. Nice to see you.
Gary, Dale, please.
You ready?
And anyone in Pickle that wants to join us.
Well, we gotta bring up some of the people that worked to make this happen.
It's not really sage, is it?
You guys call it Pickle Green. It's not just me, right?
It's not sage. Sage.
Sorry.
Forest Service Green.
Fire Service.
Forest Service. Thank you. Yeah, pickle's kind of out there. I like it.
Sweet pickle.
I'm putting on my pickle-colored jacket.
So you look like you're Forest Service officially?
Just want to, in solidarity.
Just getting this up. All right. Hello, everyone. I'm Gary Tenenbaum. I'm the director of Pitkin County Open Space and Trails, and I'm pretty proud to be here with this group of people for this topic. It is for the transfer of Snowmass Falls to the federal government under the Land and Water Conservation Fund to recoup the full $34 million that we have purchased back in 2004. And as you can see on the map, I brought it up there, 650 acres.
2024?
Yeah, that's what you
Thank
meant.
you. You said 4, I thought.
2004. Nope, 2024. Thank you.
It just feels like that.
And so on the map, it's 650 acres. And as you can see on this map, the majority of it is actually mapped within the wilderness area. And the majority of it will instantly turn into wilderness upon transfer. And so the ordinance in front of you guys today authorizes the county to sell this piece of property back to the Forest Service. And, we've had a lot of partners on this. The Forest Service has been a great partner with us, and they're here today. But also one of our big partners has been the Wilderness Land Trust. And you've seen her online. You have never seen her in person. It's Kelly Condi, and she is here in person today. And so this is for us a huge deal. It's one of those things that I just never expected, because this is a huge inholding. within the Maroon Bell Snowmass Wilderness Area. And this would be the largest increase to the Maroon Bell Snowmass Wilderness since its inception. It's a huge piece of the puzzle. Dale's got, we've heard from people about the worry of the Trump administration taking this and turning this into a billionaire paradise. Dale will go through, why that is really unlikely here. I wouldn't be sitting up here recommending this purchase today worried about that, because we have great partners in the Forest Service, and we have a management agreement that we are working with them on, so we can help with the transition of the property. We'll be helping them manage it over the next at least 5 years. And obviously, you all know there's a new trailhead going in. And so with this today, this is the final county step to then work with the Forest Service to actually do the transfer. So it's exciting. I think last time I couldn't really speak very well. I got my act together on this time. But I want to thank everyone in the room who truly helped with this. There's other people here that have helped. Wilderness Workshop has been a huge supporter, even the Aspen Ski Company. And we have a ton of partners, the city of Aspen, the town of Snowmass Village, and it just shows this is a community thing. And I'll let Kelly speak about why the Wilderness Land Trust has been so into this. But we're at this point, and I'm pretty excited to be here. And Dale, if you want to kind of go through why you don't think the federal government's going to sell this off.
Okay, thanks, Gary. And I share Gary's pride, really, in being here. I've been working for you guys for a few decades, and have never had a chance to bring anything like this forward. Some years ago, you all paid for me to go off to Yale for a couple of weeks to study conservation finance. And we looked at models of conservation transactions and how you can efficiently conserve land, and we ranked them all in terms of the outcome as well as the cost and the transaction costs and so on. And I just have to say, to be sitting here thinking about conserving a $34 million property and breaking even on the deal, I've just never seen anything like it, never thought I would, but here we are. This would be a case study at the conservation finance program at Yale in really the best possible way to go about something. To Gary's question, we do have some citizens that have expressed some concerns about the reliability of the Forest Service taking ownership on this. And while I am sensitive to those concerns, none of us like seeing what's happening with the administration that we have now and the rollback of certain things like national monuments and roadless rules and that sort of thing. This really is different for reasons that Kelly and probably Will Roush can also touch on. But to start with, lands held by the forest can't be randomly sold in the same way things held by the BLM can. And Andy Wiesner and I had a nice chat about this a couple days ago, and he was kind enough to call his friend Holly and explain that to her, and her comment that she had made earlier was revised, and I think you all received that. But the Forest Service isn't really a land disposal agency, and it's pretty tricky to get land out of their ownership. Andy laughed and said that's why the Western Lands Group is in business, because generally the only way you can do it is with a land exchange. So that's Forest Service in general. As Gary mentioned, we also have the additional layer here of this wilderness designation, which can only be undone by Congress. And given the Colorado delegation's position on this acquisition and on wilderness generally, I don't think there's a threat that Congress would get behind removing this designation. In fact, we're looking to expand the designation, and there's already some discussions going on about what of the 120 acres that's presently outside the wilderness boundary might deserve to be put in it after this transaction is complete. But in the meantime, I don't believe that there's any significant threat of that 120 acres being vulnerable to reconveyance out by the Forest Service. And I'm sure Kelly can talk about that too. So anyway, I also want to echo Gary's comments that we owe a debt of gratitude to several partners, two of whom are here today, but one of whom isn't, which is GoCo. GoCo loaned us $10 million as part of this transaction, and in so doing enabled us to keep doing the critical conservation work that we're trying to do around the watershed. Without that loan, we wouldn't now be co-owners of Three Meadows Ranch. And they did that knowing that we put everything we had into this transaction in anticipation of sitting here today with a proposed resale on the table. So GoCo deserves great kudos, as well as the three parties that are here. The last thing I want to say is that we have your third quarter joint meeting with the Open Space trustees coming up next Tuesday. And as you might anticipate, we'll be talking about conservation transactions that would continue the kind of legacy landscape preservation projects we've been doing. I can't name those specifically here now, but you're aware of some of those. And we will be easily repurposing the $34 million within the next 6 months if we're able to complete this transaction. So it just fuels more conservation in the watershed, and at a level that honestly I only dreamed of being able to achieve years ago when I started with all of you. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Kelly Condi with the Wilderness Land Trust.
Okay. Thank you. So I'm going to be echoing some of what you all have already said, and I had to write my comments down. My name is Kelly Condi. I'm a senior land specialist for the Wilderness Land Trust, and I'm here to voice my wholehearted support for the transfer of Pitkin County Snowmass Falls Ranch to the White River National Forest for its inclusion in the Maroon Belt Snowmass Wilderness. The Wilderness Land Trust mission is to acquire private properties within wilderness areas from willing sellers and then transfer those properties to public ownership to be added to wilderness. Our mission is anchored in the durability of wilderness, a durability ensured by the 1964 Wilderness Act. The Wilderness Act and the wilderness areas it has designated was not created by the will of one administration through executive order or administrative rule. It was enacted into law through bipartisan legislation that was years in the making and required the vote of 269 members of Congress. As with its enactment, it would take the same bipartisan process to change the Wilderness Act or alter protections of any wilderness area. In the 62 years since the Wilderness Act passed into law, Congress has never voted to rescind a designated wilderness area. Some concerns have been raised about the security of Snowmass Falls Ranch as wilderness, pointing to recent shrinking of national monuments and proposed rescinding of the roadless rule. Those concerns are understandable and surely rooted in deep care for our public lands. But in both those examples, the protections that were altered were created through executive order and administrative rule, and as such could be removed by the same means. Parsing out the nuances of federal land management jurisdictions and levels of protection isn't required to love our wild places, but those nuances do matter for the security of Snowmass Falls Ranch's wilderness. Designated wilderness is the highest level of protection for public lands. Wilderness draws clear lines on permitted activities within its boundaries. The intent of the Wilderness Act was not to create a place of multiple use or a place where human activities drive its management. The intent of the Wilderness Act was to create a place where men and women are only visitors and their mark only temporary. This intent is backed by a broad coalition of sportsmen, recreationists, and conservationists who are the reason Congress has continued to uphold protections for wilderness and the reason why virtually every legislative effort to sell off or weaken public lands has promptly failed. The Wilderness Land Trust mission is to keep the promise of wilderness by by working to make all designated wilderness areas whole. The Maroon Bell Snowmass Wilderness was designated under the 1964 Wilderness Act. This wilderness area, like many throughout the U.S., was created with holes in it, parcels of private land that remained within the wilderness. Because of these pieces of private land, the Wilderness Act included in its legislation a mandate to the managing agencies to prioritize acquiring these parcels, if the owner was willing, for their automatic addition to the wilderness. In other words, if a piece of private land is surrounded by wilderness and is acquired by the agency managing that wilderness, it automatically becomes part of the designated wilderness. The Snowmass Falls Ranch is the largest hole in the Maroon Bell Snowmass Wilderness. To date, the owners of the Snowmass Falls Ranch have done an incredible job stewarding the land and making the transition between wilderness and private land seamless. When the property went up for sale, its future immediately became uncertain. At that moment, the possibility of the land being developed was just as likely as it being protected. The Wilderness Land Trust started here in the Roaring Fork Valley 34 years ago, and for 34 years we hoped for an opportunity to see Snowmass Falls Ranch protected as wilderness. Pitkin County made this goal a possibility when it purchased the property with the intent to transfer it to public ownership. The Wilderness Land Trust has served as a partner in this transaction, and together we are working hard to make this addition come to fruition. Once it is transferred to the White River National Forest, it automatically becomes part of the Maroon Bell Snowmass Wilderness and will be afforded the same protection that the rest of the designated wilderness enjoys. This is a landmark deal and a legacy project for the Wilderness Land Trust and Pitkin County. We are grateful for the roles of all who are dedicated to seeing this land protected have played, from the previous owners who stewarded it so well for decades, to Pitkin County, who had the leadership and vision to acquire it before it was too late, and to the White River National Forest, who are committed to its future. Already, this project is a momentous accomplishment, and we hope to see it accumulate with this beloved landscape protected as wilderness for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kelly.
And the only one left is the forest.
And Michael, do you want to join us? We could pull up a chair. We would love for you to join us.
He likes
I can give up when I see here, Michael.
Thanks, Michael.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Jennifer Schuler, Acting District Ranger for the Aspen-Sopris District on the White River National Forest. Very excited to be here with you today. As we've talked about both today and previously, the 650-acre parcel, majority of it will be going into wilderness upon transition to the Forest Service. We are committed to the purchase of this property and are committed to management of the land as we move forward. There's already a number of conversations that are occurring with the county regarding development of management of this space, and we will be committed to that as we transition into ownership of this special place. With that, I offer to Katie or Michael if there's anything that you'd like to add to the conversation today.
I would echo the sentiment of many partners making this happen. I think that can't be overstated enough, and you know, this is not something that occurs in a vacuum. It is really, I think, our White Rivers Forest Management Plan really speaks to this. It's the highest in first bullet item wilderness that we look at when we talk about acquiring land. So, you know, it starts there and then it moves to, you know, from the forest to all our partners in Pitkin County and Open Space having the vision to really do this. So, you know, being able to pull in the partners and leveraging that and moving this project forward has just been a great opportunity for the forest, for the community at large, for the wilderness preservation system. So I think, again, a great opportunity and a hallmark.
Thanks, Michael. Katie.
The last word, Kate.
It's incredibly humbling to sit here and be a part of this project. And Kelly and I met 15 years ago when we were in a different space trying to advocate for stewardship of places we loved in different roles. So it's really fun to be sitting next to her again. But I guess what I'd offer thinking about this and kind of what folks have shared is when I think about public lands and my role in that, I really think about durability. And Kelly shared that. And I think that's the beauty of public lands. I think about everyone that's come before, and there's human history on that landscape for an incredible long time. And the stewardship of Kate and the Perrys and what's come before is humbling. And I think about the future and what we can all be proud of and what'll be durable. And with public lands, it's really an enduring resource. And I think that supersedes all of us in this room. In my mind, we've been successful. If this room looks entirely different in 20 and 50 years, and we're still taking care of this place to the level that the public has asked us as it's their resource. And so I just want to share that. I think I appreciate that what's been touched there, but I think this plan, with all of the tools available that I'm aware of, I think this truly is a durable solution that allows this place moving forward to receive the level of care that it deserves. So thanks.
Thanks, Katie.
Okay, so it's on to you.
Questions for the Forest Service?
I have a comment, but not a question.
Wilderness.
That's okay.
Please, Francie, and then Greg.
Yeah, I
Okay.
think it would be,
Saw the mic.
it would behoove the county and the people who are going to visit this land to thank the Perrys for their stewardship and their embrace of simplicity as a way of life. When we think of what could have happened with this property over the last 50 years, I think, they have retained the qualities of it that make it worth this kind of transition. So I'm going to thank them personally today. It's pretty amazing.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I want to echo what Francie said, and I see Marge and Bill back there, and I hope that this is something to be celebrated, but I'm sure it's bittersweet because there's the 120 acres with the cabins that I know is it was hard just getting to this point, but now we have this 120 acres, which I think will be included in wilderness, but that's a question mark for me. Can you elaborate how that will work, and are we looking at any vulnerabilities with that at transfer? Because there's an unprecedented amount of fear and lack of trust in the federal government right now, as we've discussed. So what can you share with all of us to allay our concerns?
What I can share is that this whole thing is a congressional action. And so, yes, there's 120 acres that won't be included in the wilderness right away. However, that's why, when Dale was talking about what the Western Land Trust is the Western Lands Group is all about, is this is going to become Forest Service land. The 120 acres is Forest Service land. And we're working with the forest. The forest will designate pieces of that 120 acres either as dispersed recreation, like where the trailhead and trails are, or recommended wilderness. And so the recommended wilderness will be managed as wilderness. But the whole thing is congressionally approved through the Land and Water Conservation Fund was congressionally approved. And this is, it's part of the forest now. So it has to be a congressional land exchange is the only way you could take it out. And that would be a long process. We would fight it to no end. But in the meantime, if we could take everything that's designated wilderness and work with the Wilderness Workshop, which we are right now, on creating more wilderness throughout the entire Picken and Eagle areas, and then it gets designated and it'll be even further protected. So we're working on that, but there's no threat that you can magically partition this property off. It's just not. It's not what happens. This is not BLM. This is not a presidential national monument. This is a congressional piece that was, if you think about this too, one of the craziest things is that, yes, we're worried about Trump, but Trump actually signed the bill to give the $34 million to the county for this. We have our representatives and our senators fully on board with this. Right. And so I would not sit here today if I was worried at all that 120 acres was in threat.
Can you also briefly tell us about the water rights and how they'll be retained or distributed?
Yes, so the water rights are going to be retained by Pickens County. We are going to retain that value, and that's why we're doing this management plan with the forest to work on a transition plan. So we will still use those water rights. We will still apply those water rights. We will work with the forest, and then we will look over time if we want to designate those water rights to the stream, to in-stream flows, or keep them on the property. I mean, we have a really great partner who's willing to work on it. There's a lot of work to do for the transition of this property. So we're committed to do that, and the county retains that value.
Great. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay.
Further questions for staff or the Forest Service or Wilderness Land Trust?
I just have a comment. I'm going to wait to make my full comment till after I hear from the public. But yeah, I've spent a lot of time talking with Open Space and Trails and with our congressional delegation about this property. I had the opportunity on trips to DC to actually meet with them in person. And I almost got arrested the last time I was there because I brought Congressman Hurd a photograph of the property wrapped in a tube, a cardboard tube, and they weren't sure what I was bringing into the House buildings on Capitol Hill. So I am going back again in 2 weeks to Washington, and I have the plaque that I forgot to bring with me to go with the photograph to give to Congressman Hurd, who's been extremely supportive of this. When we took Michael Bennett up there to see the property, he would still be there hiking if his staff hadn't drug him down from miles, and Greg was encouraging him to keep going. It's a great property, but I'll finish up because I really want to hear what the public has to say. But thank you all. This is a great effort, and we'll see what the public has to say.
For discussion, or I'm opening it to public comment.
I have one question. Won't our rezoning of public lands to RSG, I think it's called, won't that help protect this 120 acres? Because even if the government at some point were to sell it, some other than you guys, of course, they still couldn't develop it. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Do we have another layer?
It'll be another layer of protection later.
Yeah.
Further questions or clarifications? I'm opening, this is second reading and public hearing. I'm opening for public comment.
Okay. We can sit.
Don't go too far.
So for the public, we will, for the folks that drove up and enjoyed the roundabout, we will open it up in the room first. And Andy, we see your hand. We will open up to those folks that did not enjoy the traffic and the drive up here. We will open up online second. And we have a 3-minute timer. We would love for you to keep to that. I will remind you at 3 minutes that we would love for you to wrap up your comments at 3 minutes.
I have a list. If you did not sign up from the list, we'll go through and then we'll call in the room. But Susan Sullivan, you're up first, and then Holly McLean, you're on deck.
Hi, my name is Susan Sullivan. I'm actual Pickens County retiree. You guys made me proud for having worked with you guys. And I also live in Missouri Heights. Back in 2024, when you got into this deal, you had no idea what the federal government was going to turn into. I spent a good part of my career working for the federal government every day, trying to make it better than I found it. What I see happening every day in the federal government upsets me to my core. And I've heard through the previous discussions that we feel safe in doing this with the federal government. And I was actually thinking about revising my comment, but I'm not going to revise it. I'm going to read it as written because I truly believe this. We no longer live in a functioning democracy. We live in a budding oligarchy. The mechanics of an oligarch takeover are deceptively simple, and it almost always starts with land. When pristine parcels like Snowmass Falls Ranch are transferred into federal hands without local constraints, we hand over our stewardship to an administration whose core goal is the enrichment of the powerful. Once this land is taken out from under our community's loving care, what is to prevent it from becoming a presidential palace, the ballroom of the West? We saw how all the rules and regulations applied to the East Wing. Our president loves Aspen, and his family returns here year after year. What happens when he learns that this crown jewel at the gateway of Maroon Bells is now under direct federal control? He will gift it to himself. Make a congressional golf course. Make a Colorado Camp David. It's still under federal control, not being sold privately, but this is just the thing he loves to do. We already have watched this administration gut the EPA, dismantle the Clean Water Act and the Clean Air Act. Why in the world would anybody naively assume they would be good stewards of our most beautiful land? We've already seen the administration punish our state for its woke ways, freezing energy grants, denying disaster relief after our wildfires, defunding our climate research institutions, and threatening food assistance out of pure political spite. If Washington actively retaliates against Coloradans for who we are, why on earth would we willingly hand over 650 acres of our sovereign backyard to federal control? Without ironclad protections, and that's what I'm lobbying for, put control gates around this deal, even though we hope they would work.
Please wrap up your comments.
Okay. If this deal moves forward, the absolute least this board can do is place strict non-negotiable terms and conservation conditions on this sale, which I believe they are doing. I'm imploring you to make sure they are ironclad. Do not hand over the keys to our public heritage without legally binding guarantees. And I thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Appreciate you.
Holly, and then Dan Sullivan, you're on deck.
Hi, Holly.
My name is Holly McLean. I have lived in the Roaring Fork Valley since 1973. I owned Moon Run Ranch in the Snowmass Creek Valley and enjoyed living in Pitkin County for 53 years. I know Snowmass Falls Ranch quite well. Bob Perry used to call it Kate's Place, and the original cabins and corrals have always been part of our Western heritage. I am an environmentalist and a wildlife advocate. I deeply appreciate Pitkin County stepping up with voter-approved open space bond funds and Great Outdoors Colorado GOCO support to purchase the full 650-acre ranch, keeping it off the private luxury real estate market. My friend Andy Wiesner correctly noted that once land is formally added to the Wilderness Preservation System, the USFS cannot sell it to private entities. While it breaks my heart that strict federal wilderness rules may require removing the historic cabins at Kate's Place, I recognize the paramount need to permanently protect this watershed, its critical wildlife habitat, and the senior water rights. This property transfer directly aligns with the Forest Service Code for a mission to sustain the health, diversity, and productivity of the national forest and grasslands to meet the needs of present and future generations. As Senators John Hickenlooper and Michael Bennett work to secure federal land and water conservation funds to reimburse the county, we must ensure that local oversight holds federal managers accountable to that mandate. Federal designation takes time, and we cannot afford any administration loopholes, commercial special use permits, or land swap transfers during the transition. I have real concerns, and I want assurances that Pickens County will follow up with Senator Hickenlooper and Bennett to ensure that land remains open to the public. It must not be leased or otherwise conveyed to benefit private interests, nor should this land be secured as locked down federal land for a Western Mar-a-Lago or a Camp David West. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Holly.
Thank you.
I'll defer till later, and since I'm from over the hill at Hotchkiss, we'll let locals go first.
Okay. Will, you're up, and then Marge, you're on deck.
Just the mic.
Hi, Will.
Hi, folks. Well, thanks, everybody. Just a few comments that I guess probably emphasize some of the things that others have said. First, I'm really excited about this action that you all are about to take. We fully support this, not the least because we're really glad to see the majority of the property become wilderness upon sale. We're committed to the sound management of that wilderness. There's, just because an area is wilderness doesn't mean that we're done advocating for it and working to protect that. And so we'll continue to engage to make sure that the intent of the Wilderness Act occurs on that area. And we're also committed to advocating with our federal delegation, and I hope alongside the county and other supporters and partners, for as much as possible of the remaining 120 acres to be added to the Maroon Bell Snowmass Wilderness as part of a future bill. I'll echo the thanks to the county, the Wilderness Land Trust, and to the Perry family for their stewardship over countless decades for this property. I certainly understand the concern about attacks on public lands. Indeed, my organization, Wilderness Workshop, has spent most of the past 2 years raising the alarm about those threats and actively working to minimize or stop the impact of those threats on Western Colorado's public lands. And while I don't want to understate the impact or challenges those threats pose, I also think it's important to recognize that local communities, counties, individuals still have the power to stand up and fight to protect places. And in this case, I have full confidence that the county and this community will stand up for this place. So if, the unthinkable were to come to pass and there was an active threat to these lands, my organization, I know, would not be alone in working to keep this deal intact and protect this really special place. So I'll urge you all to go ahead with this.
Thanks, Will.
Thanks, Will.
Marge, and then Bill, you're on deck.
Hi.
Hello. I'm Marge Perry, and I am a supporter of public lands and wilderness and agree that much of Snowmass Falls Ranch is suitable for wilderness. However, I strongly encourage you to put off a decision today until you figure out a more solid way to protect the 120 acres that will not go into wilderness, despite Gary and Dale's somewhat nonchalant assurances. It is a mistake to rush this sale on the pretense that things will be manageable in Washington. The primary reason made by Open Space and the BoCC for buying Snowmass Falls Ranch was protection. That was every quote. But this land is not your typical rock and ice wilderness. It is not remote. Much of it was irrigated agricultural land for 140 years. The new parking lot will increase use substantially, and it sits on the same 120-acre part that won't go into wilderness without an act of Congress. And there's no solid plan for these acres. This is not protection. Snowmass Falls is likely to end up like North Star, a management headache requiring a large annual budget and more staff. The pastures are close to the trailhead, close enough to haul a case of beer and camp. Fields that are left to rewild with dry grasses are a wildfire risk, and trash, noise, and bear issues will be a problem. The county's comprehensive plan, in the comprehensive plan, the Ecological Bill of Rights supports strategic private parcels adjacent to public land as a way to protect public land. This is a possible solution for management issues for the 120 acres that are not in the wilderness. A conservation easement on this land gives the county oversight in perpetuity, limits its uses, and protects the land and the wilderness from overuse. In contrast, selling this 120 acres to the Forest Service is risky. There can be no encumbrances on the Forest Service land. Not only is management less certain, there's risk that the federal government may explore other uses, including selling it. But being overrun by bikes and snowmobiles is more likely. I believe open space was able to buy Snowmass Falls because they implied that some of the land would be sold back. This possibility was reported in all the local papers and recorded in the resolution of purchase, and there's still time to make it right. The Land and Water Conservation Fund accepts permanent conservation easements on private working lands, and my family has tried to make an offer many times. A conservation easement on a private parcel would allow for more successful restoration of the land and preserve the history by designating the cabins built by Kate Lindvig as historic. The federal government cannot accept the land with structures, and they will be removed this coming week. It's exciting to add land to wilderness, but this decision seems rushed to me, and it should not be because of questionable funding fears. And it should include a plan for the 120 acres. That's a lot more.
Comments.
Please put off your celebration and take time to get this right.
Thanks, March.
Hi, I'm Bill Fales. I feel like I'm standing in front of a barreling freight train. For 40 years, I've done countless work for conservation. 13 years on the OST board, helped start Thompson Divide Coalition, helped found the Cattlemen's Land Trust, which is closing in on 1 million acres of permanently protected land. I think, and I hope you listen to my comments, knowing that that's what I stand for, is protecting land. But I also think we need to credit Marge. This property was not in good shape when her dad died in 2006. And she tirelessly worked and paid for, out of our own dollars, help to eradicate the weeds on the property. It breaks her heart to see them return in the last 2 summers. But I want to focus on this 120 acres. I think you're gambling with protection, whereas you have the opportunity today to permanently protect that land via a conservation easement. Why would you give up that ability? I just think you're a gamble. I know that everyone says there's some protections, but as Suzanne said, who would have thought the White House would be torn down by a madman? As Marge says, everyone told us, and that's why the family vote passed to sell this to the county, that we would have the opportunity to buy some back. And it breaks my heart to have that opportunity denied, and to see, I'm just going to be blunt, the dishonesty of it. It really breaks my heart. Also, I think the historic cabins that Kate built in 1920, Marge called Susanna Reed, your historic preservation officer. She's on vacation in the east, maybe Nova Scotia. She had no idea they were about to be torn down, and was horrified, I think, or had not been consulted, that these cabins with historic values, we feel, Kate built them in 1920 to house tourists that she would then haul up to the Snowmass Lake, will be removed. I think you have an opportunity to protect that historic value. If someone else came in and said they were going to tear down the cabins, I think you all would be outraged, and I think you should be. But I just hope you will start looking for a few other solutions. Thank you.
Thanks, Bill.
Just breaks my heart.
Thanks, Bill.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Ann Rickenbaugh, and I'm here wearing two hats today. I'll start with my previous hat as a member of the Open Space and Trails Board. I started there in 2002, and at that point in time, we were all dreaming about having Snowmass Falls Ranch be permanently protected under a conservation easement by hook or by crook. So to have this actually purchased outright and the possibility of it being conveyed to the forest and even as protected as wilderness is like, that's an amazing outcome. I wish I'd stuck around long enough to be part of that. But I'll wear my second hat now as one of the founding members of Colorado Wild Public Lands. And for those of you who don't know who we are the land exchange people. And anyone who has worked with us or worked against us will be able to vouch for the fact that we are dogs with a bone. If there was ever a potential for a land exchange on that 120 acres, we would work night and day to make sure that it was, at a minimum, an extremely difficult thing to happen. So I am very confident in the Forest Service ability to manage the property successfully. I'm very confident in Open Space and Trails' ability to make sure that it's to support the Forest Service, and us and Wilderness Workshop and other groups around the valley will make sure that all of this stays in public hands for perpetuity.
Thanks, Annie.
Thank you.
Thanks for all you did for open space.
We have a bride in the room coming in.
So you know, you're right between the speakers. Maybe you could choose.
We can just slide it over.
Okay.
Thank you.
See the bride.
Okay. So, my name is Sally Bernard, and I'm a full-time resident of unincorporated Pitkin County for the last 24 years. I like to take hikes to the Snowmass Creek area and wish to see the Snowmass Falls Ranch preserved for nature. I am fully supportive of the sale of the wilderness portion of the property to the U.S. Forest Service. The transfer of this section would meet the goals of the Forest Service and the Wilderness Land Trust of eliminating in-holdings for wilderness areas. Wilderness areas are fully protected through congressional mandate and cannot be modified to meet any administration's priorities. Transferring this parcel means the land will be safe for nature. The same is not true for the parcel which is not within the wilderness boundary. Use of these 120 acres can be changed by federal executive action. While the current deal structure for Snowmass Falls Ranch has been in the works since 2024, what look like the optimal terms may not be optimal in light of more recent understanding of federal policies. I ask that the BoCC take a pause in approving the sale in order to examine how the non-wilderness parcel can be better protected through alternative ownership. One option is to put the 120 acres in a conservation easement. An easement means local control and state oversight and exists in perpetuity. The wilderness parcel would still be transferred to the Forest Service. In this way, all parts of this important property can be fully preserved for nature. So I appreciate your consideration of my comments.
Thanks, Sally.
That takes us back up to you, Dan, for those that have completed the list.
Andy Wiesner, you will be on deck.
Good afternoon. I sent an email earlier in the week. I don't know if you've seen it. I'm Dan Sullivan, of course. Did you have any questions on it or any comments before I go on to another subject?
You're welcome to address the board.
And who I am is a retired rancher, Hotchkiss, Paonia, Grand Mesa, 30 years ranching, another total of 45 years seismographing through most of the forest in this country in public lands. So I've seen a lot and dealt with a lot of government agencies, and I'll try to be real positive and respectful to my government employees, because there are a lot of good ones. And sometimes you can trust the government, sometimes you can't. I can come up with a couple classic lines like log it, graze it, or watch it burn. Just make a comment there. What I'm suggesting right now is a learning center for this 120 acres. You've got some great partners here with the ACES, the Aspen Valley Trust, the school district. Let's put this in local control, like I said, using the Park City model. Don't make a decision today. Postpone it. Get more input from good ideas like this, the Learning Center and ACES. You can't destroy the local heritage. I feel under siege. Mining as well. You don't just go ripping out those buildings. That's not a good idea. You better talk to SHPO and a few other people, archaeologists. That's not the way to go. Don't erase the heritage. There's nothing to be afraid of, or not to be proud of. Producing beef. That was my biggest reward, is putting 3 million pounds of beef on the table in 30 years. Don't really have a whole lot to say. You can't close the roads. You got to be able to fight fires. You don't bulldoze the buildings. And as far as respect for wilderness status, that ban's educational. That would just lock it up. I just don't know how we can get around government regulations that are going to be dominant over county. Park City is very happy with what they've done. And it fits in the money model, too. They got twice the amount of acreage for $38 million 10 years ago. So we have a comparable here with real estate values. Any questions?
Thank you, Dan.
No, thank you for coming over.
Thank you for your time.
Andy Wiesner.
Thank you.
Andy, the floor is yours. If you could unmute, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. My name is Andy Wiesner. I live at 6650 East Cypress Creek Road. I've done a bunch of land exchanges with the county. I've been lobbying in DC with Dale and Patty in the dark ages. And I'm just here to reassure you that if this sale goes through, of course, the 530 acres will be part of the wilderness system. It would take an act of Congress to undo that. The 120 acres will become National Forest System land, and the Forest Service cannot sell National Forest System land. I'm a 34-year member of the founding member of the Wilderness Land Trust, and this is what we do for a living. So there is no concern that this land, once it becomes national forest land, could be sold without an act of Congress, just as there should be no concern that land could be removed from the wilderness without an act of Congress. And as far as the cabins go, I have no objection to having some human-built structures being removed and rewilding that land. That's all I've got. Thank you so much.
Andy, thanks for your time. Thank you. Sarah Chase in the room.
Hi, I'm Sarah Shaw. I'm the current, what?
Sorry, I said Shaw. I said Chase.
It's okay. I am the current board chair of the Wilderness Land Trust and a resident of Basalt. And I've said this before, and I'm going to say it again. This conservation opportunity is only possible because of the caring stewardship of the property by the previous owners over the last 80 years. And the Wilderness Land Trust applauds Pitkin County for proactively seeking to protect this special place for the community to access the Maroon Bells Snowmass Wilderness and all of the amenities that everyone enjoys about that open space, and the wildlife, of course, and water. Finding a permanent conservation solution for Snowmass Falls Ranch as part of the wilderness ensures its legacy. And I just want to add that 35 years ago, the founder of the Wilderness Land Trust, Jan Mulford, identified Snowmass Falls Ranch as a property that, if it ever became available, was of highest priority to protect to help make the Maroon Bells Snowmass Wilderness whole. We're on the verge of making it happen through an incredibly complex process that has taken teamwork and community support. And I speak both as a resident, a previous resident of Pitkin County, and board chair of the Wilderness Land Trust when I say that I could not be more proud to see this vision come to life. And it's a big deal for all of us. So thank you.
Thanks, Sarah. So one more round. Seeing no hands either in the room or online. If you're in the room, please approach.
My name is Elizabeth Boyles, and I have concerns about the portal to the wilderness area and what the plans are for ensuring that that portal is used for wilderness purposes and that it's managed in a way that is best for the wilderness. And I think that the existing cabins there have many potential uses, to have a full-time caretaker there, to have some educational facilities there, because there are many people who go into the wilderness who are not prepared to go into the wilderness. And it becomes a drain on our emergency services. And there's so much to be gained through children, students of all ages, learning about the wilderness before they go in. And there's an excellent example of the Teton Science School up in Jackson, in Kelly. The conservationists, Olas and Marty Murray, left their cabins, and now they are used by the Teton Science School. And it's an incredible facility, and I just think that there could be that sort of partnership here.
Thanks, Elizabeth. Thank you. Final request, public comment. Seeing no hands in the room and no hands online, I'm closing public comment, bring it back to the board. Forest Service is welcome to join us in Forest Service Green at the table. Commissioner Clapper to start off.
I'll wait till everybody gets seated. Thank you. I want to thank the members of the public for coming forward. Realizing and hearing your concerns and suggestions, I think, is important. I'm going to look to the county attorney. Would you explain to the public the zoning that we put over federal lands and the protective nature? Francie, you brought it up. I think it needs to be clarified for that 120 acres as far as future development. I just want the public to hear that. Sorry, I'll speak up, kind of raspy voice, but I'm asking Rye to explain the zoning that's over the 120 acres.
Sure. Well, upon transfer and currently there is not existing RSG zoning, which is what you are referring to on this parcel. Today, it is zoned as it is currently zoned, as it was appraised during this process. So that is the current status quo. There are some existing protections in the Pitkin County Land Use Code regarding properties that come out of federal ownership and whether those properties would have a development right associated with them. And those existing protections would apply to this property as soon as it is transferred to the United States. Meaning, once it becomes a United States property, if it ever came out of that ownership, there would not be a development right, meaning the right to build a house or something like that on the property. That would have to be something sought by some future third-party owner from the county. That exists regardless of any future action of this board. The RSG zoning that you're talking about is an action that this board took in 2025 and that action rezoned large portions of the county, mostly owned by the United States, but some other governmental entities as well, as including the state of Colorado, to our RSG zoning district, which is defined in our land use code. As I said, that is not currently applicable to this property, but is certainly a possibility in the future and would be appropriate based on the statement of intent in that zone district, meaning that zone district is intended to cover government-owned lands within Pitkin County. So some future action in that regard would be likely appropriate based on our intent statements of our land use code as they exist today.
It's another layer of protection.
That would be another layer of protection.
Thank you. I'm also, I too think those cabins are really awesome, but I'm looking at staff, as far as the historic nature, could you also explain that more clearly to the public? And I thought Susanna Reed had some.
Susanna Reed looked at the cabins, and
We have a report.
the letter was circulated to the board in advance of the first reading on this. I don't have it in front of me now, and determined that with modifications to the original structures, I was also informed by a different member of the Perry family who's not here, that at least one of those cabins is no longer in its original location. But in any event, we had that letter circulated, and the gravamen of it is that, yes, there are historic elements to these cabins, but they've been modified and updated. One of them was built in more recent times out of a kit. And the conclusion of Susanna's letter is that she did not feel that she saw anything on site that merited preservation.
Great, thank you. And that letter was included in the public record.
Correct.
Thank you. Okay, and I think Francie and I both got this thing in the pit of our stomach thinking about removing those cabins. But in talking with the forest, as far as management in the future, housing somebody there, the resources the Forest Service lacks to be able to do that. Plus, it's my understanding, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, that we've really encouraged people to not bulldoze the cabins, but to either move them, if possible, or remove them and repurpose the wood or whatever from the cabins in a timely manner, because that's part of the request made by the forest.
Okay, so the forest, it's not just a capacity issue, it's a need issue. They don't need more cabins on the forest. And so what we have done is we've offered the cabins to the family, for the family to take off on the property. I'm working with some family members right now to do that. And so what is remaining, yes, will be taken down and repurposed as much as possible. I mean, some of the cabins, will not fare well when we start taking them down. Some of the cabins aren't, it's a kit and it's kind of glued together, so it'll take more work to get them down. And so the reality is that's where we're at right now. So we're working with members of the family first to take as many cabins as they want. And once I get that done, we will work on removing the rest. And we are going to repurpose as much materials as we can, either through selling it at the landfill for people to use or on county projects. But yeah, we're going to try really hard to make sure that most of the wood gets repurposed.
Great, thank you. And as far as the time frame and postponing our decision, I think it's critical. We've been working on this for many, many years now. To have the support of the federal government to reimburse the county or to purchase this for the $34 million out of the Land and Water Conservation Fund is time sensitive, is my belief, because of the process we've had to go through to get to this point. And I would be fearful of delaying this and having those monies withdrawn from this proposal, this purchase. And I don't want people to believe that we're just rushing into it for the dollars, but not knowing knowing actually how the federal government works as far as allocating federal dollars these days, especially to the state of Colorado. This is really a key issue for me, is to resolve this and allow us to move forward. And I think the management and of the 120 acres, we have to wait and see what will happen. It could be, and I would like to see the county institute an effort to have it incorporated into the wilderness acreage. And I think right now we would have support from our congressional delegation to start that process. I think that would culminate, I think, the goal of preserving that land and bringing it in under wilderness designation protections. Yes,
The process is already started.
Okay, thank you. So the public knows that we are not shirking that idea or possibility. It's important, I think, for us to protect all of the acreage. It is an amazing parcel. It has history with Kate going way back. Dale's done some great research into that. I wish I'd had the opportunity to meet that woman. I bet she would have been a kick to hang out with. But I think it's timely for us to move forward today and begin our work with the Forest Service and with Congress to ensure the protection of this land and the protection and preservation of this land moving forward, and to provide the public access that is deemed appropriate for wilderness. So thank you.
Anything further?
Thank you. Not right now.
Okay. Greg?
Just to,
Half
to
hands.
clarify, it's been suggested in some of the public comment that why not just put a conservation easement on it? That's better for us to do that, and I'd love to hear your explanation, only because we've heard it a couple times today.
Well, I'm a proponent of conservation easements. I've done an awful lot of them. And we actually tried to make a conservation easement deal work on this property early on. We could never make the numbers work out with the Perry family writ large. The challenge we would have in trying to do that here is that the appropriation that Patty was talking about was made on the basis of eliminating an inholding in its entirety. If we want to go back and try to renegotiate that and rerun all the traps that have been so carefully run to get us here, I have no idea what would happen. You know, as a concept, it's interesting. The practicality of renegotiating this and going all the way back through the LWCF appropriation process is daunting, and the outcome would be highly uncertain.
Well, and also the reality is you're worried about the 120 acres. We're working on the next level of protection. I mean, we want to turn it as much into wilderness, which is, to me, better than a conservation easement. I deal with a lot of conservation easement holders, and you have to have that, you know, we have some great landowners, we also have some not. And so if the Wilderness Act, if we can make this happen, and, you know, Will mentioned it in his comment, we're working on it right now, that's your next level of protection. And we'd be able to do that, you know, once this transfers and once that bill gets kind of moved through. So, you know, the reality is on this piece, it took so much to get to this point, to renegotiate. It's a lot. I mean, it would, and who knows where it would go. I don't know. I could not, as your staff, I can't recommend us doing that.
Right. Thank you.
You good?
I'm good.
Francie?
Well, while I am a advocate of the Forest Service taking over the wilderness part of this, I am torn on the 120 acres and just the cloudiness around the history of this whole thing. And I do find myself emotionally attached to agricultural legacy. So I'm going to abstain from voting.
I appreciate the other commissioner comments clarifying some of the similar concerns I have about RSG, what it means for the 125 acres once it's sold. the look at the cabins, what's gone into that. I've sat in on discussions about what are the options, how can we do this, what's realistic, and I don't think it should go unsaid that all these topics have been covered and deliberated somewhat exhaustively, and so there's an emotional component to this, I understand, but a lot of work has been put into this. There's been a lot of partners. It's pretty complex, and I don't see that there's necessarily a reason to ever delay, because that just looks like it's going to open up an enormous can of worms, and we may never get back to this opportunity. So listening to public comment, I think it's interesting whether you're for or against, or you're the Forest Service or open space or sitting up here. We're all actually looking for the same outcome here, which is conservation. It's just a matter of kind of disagreeing on one option or the other, and it's a matter of almost faith in, do we trust the setup that we have right now to get us to that conservation, or is there a hypothetical situation out there that's not unreasonable to assume could happen that might derail that? So I find it interesting because we're all trying to get to the same point here. We're not actually arguing about all that much, and for that I tend to think, I agree with some other public comments, that I'm confident that this arrangement would be the outcome we want, and that delaying could potentially set us back or prevent it from happening at all. So, more wilderness is excellent. RSG zoning is excellent. Right-of-way goes away. Water rights are preserved. 5 years managing weeds. I think, for the amount of time that's been put into this, I actually feel okay with where we are. Yeah.
Your turn.
So I went back. I'm a kid from the 60s. I'm a child of the 60s. So I went back and I reread the 1964 Wilderness Act after a hike in sagebrush and serviceberries. And the line that jumped out was, has an outstanding opportunity for solitude or a primitive and unconfined type of recreation. And I think part of when we argue details at the board table, we forget about the sage and the serviceberry and just sort of the untrammeled nature of what we're trying to return the land to. And so after that, I went back to 1965. In 1965, Dale and I actually met with our congressional representatives and argued against using LWCF funds for deferred maintenance. And so we actually said to our congressional reps that LWCF is there to assist in the preserving, developing, and assuring accessibility to all citizens of the United States of America, present and future generations, and visitors who are lawfully present within the boundaries of the United States, such quality and quantity of outdoor recreation resources as may be available and are necessary and desirable for individual active participation in such recreation and to strengthen the health and vitality of the citizens of the United States. That's LWCF. So I think the framework of this conversation is both the Wilderness Act and then funded through LWCF. Ted mentioned the terms of sale. I think largely we would say trailhead development, the Forest Service is outstanding at, and the maintenance of the maroon bells that we've seen over the summer, the trails that we've seen if you've walked over to Crested Butte this summer are outstanding. And so the myth that something is not happening at the U.S. Forest Service, I think, get out there, go walk 11 and a half miles to Crested Butte, and you will see the amazing work. I mentioned LWCF. We do not wish to use, again, the funds for deferred maintenance. The best interest of the county is the structural removal and the rewilding or potential repurposing of those structures. The third piece of the contingencies in terms of the sale or the terms of the sale, it's fantastic that we get to retain the water rights to this property. That's spectacular in terms of an outcome for this, in terms of sustainability and what that means to the in-stream flows along Snowmass Creek that is harmed, again, by the development both in Snowmass Canyon and then in the basin diversions we have over to Snowmass Village. So that's an outstanding outcome. And then vacation on the county road, pretty straightforward. So those are the 4 terms of sales. In terms of where do I stand on this, I think the board in general, that we've all stood here and say we stand for the protection of land over the development of land. We're not here arguing for consumption. or speculation. And I think everything that we've done to steward this parcel forward speaks to that. The road list rule in the past week, I think, again, in conversations with Brian Glassbell and the Forest Service, it remains intact in Colorado. So again, I want to mention Will is here, that Representative Neguse, Senator Hickenlooper, staff with Wilderness Workshop and with Open Space and Trails have met over the past 18 months in providing additional protection within Eagle County and within Pitkin County for both wilderness and SMA. So it's certainly top of mind, both at the staff level as well as the congressional level, to provide additional protections. The fires of the past week show how the strength in partnerships, how the strength of neighbors helping neighbors does work, even in a 1-hour drive from Pitkin County to Pitkin County, that we could take out a forest fire in the course of 10 days. The U.S. Forest Service manages large landscapes. Connecting landscapes and watershed planning is critical to the success of Snowmass Falls. The shared stewardship ensures landscape priorities. We'll move from steward to advisor. We thank those that stewarded this land for the past century. Completing our terms of the sale for landscape level stewardship, improving public safety, enhancing landscape level resilience for visitors and the habitat as we rewild and return to the natural conditions. The addition to wilderness is a win for the valley and for visitors, for ecosystems, from wildlife to vegetation. It's an important riparian corridor and water source for the Snowmass Creek Valley. And I'll close with, our role as steward is continue to steward the land, the water rights, to build new trailheads, and to service visitors and residents in Pitkin County. Thank you.
Great.
Follow-on comments of the board.
Would you like a motion?
I would like a motion.
I would be very honored and very proud to make a motion approving an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners of Pitkin County, Colorado, authorizing sale of Snowmass Falls inholding to United States Forest Service and vacation of any county road within the inholding.
Thank you, Patty.
And when, I'll wait for a second, then I have a comment.
I'll second.
Thank you, Ted.
I want to thank staff. You guys have done one hell of a job working through this. RYE, Open Space and Trails, the Forest, all of our other supporting organizations that protect public lands, not just here in Pitkin County, but throughout Colorado and beyond. I think it's critical. I know there's people who don't fully agree, and that's part of democracy, is to have different opinions. That's why we do public comment. And the Board of Commissioners does read letters and does listen. It's just we have to look at what's in the best interest of the county as a whole and of the public who comes here to visit, to recreate, and to the efforts that we've put forward. And to have our congressional delegation, Congressman Hurd, Senator Bennett, and Senator Hickenlooper on board with this has been huge. So again, I'm very proud to be voting to support this. And thank you guys.
Further discussion? Seeing none, I've got a roll call vote. Ted Mann, Commissioner Mann.
Aye.
Commissioner Jacober.
Abstain.
Commissioner Poshman.
Aye.
Commissioner Clapper.
Aye.
And Commissioner Woodruff is a yes. It passes 4-0.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
guys.
you all.
That was
And one
good.
abstain.
You well done.
Thank
Good
you.
work.
Grassroots, we're on break till 2 p.m.
Dale, I'm taking it.
Good afternoon. It is Wednesday, August 26th. It is 2:01. Apologies for our tardiness. Next up, we have item number 9, resolution of the Board of County Commissioners rescinding resolution number 068-2019 and establish public parking fees at the Pitkin County Airport. Diane Jackson, 2 days in a row. Great to see you.
Thank you, Commissioners. Diane Jackson, Airport Director, and I do have Jason Apt with me from Recondo as well, who may be sharing a presentation to go through the second read. Just to take back, to note some history for the parking rates. We did have a work session with the board on July 14th. Regarding the parking sessions, 2 options were brought forth. With direction from the work session, we brought back our proposal, staff's proposal, on August 12th, and this will be the second read for that. So if you'd like, we can kind of do a high-level overview of what we discussed in those 2 sessions.
I think for the public going through option number 2, what we're moving forward would be wonderful.
Perfect. Jason, take it away, sir.
Sure. Can everyone hear me?
Perfect. Thank you, Jason. Yes.
Excellent. Well, thank you, Commissioners. It's great to see you again. As Diane mentioned, so we're here on a second read. We were before you on August 12th for a first read regarding the parking rate changes for the airport. We began this with a work session with the board on July 14th, noting that parking rates had remained unchanged at the airport since 2010. We had done a benchmarking exercise to look at some peer airports and what their parking rates looked like for both short-term and long-term. Look at those averages. We also looked at some parking data from your current parking operator and made some notes as to some transaction trends that we were seeing, including the complementary transactions and the usage of the lots by employees. We looked at 2 alternatives for increasing the rates. One was along the lines of a CPI adjustment in consideration of no rate change from 2010. The second alternative was looking more at the benchmark data, including the downtown garage. So the proposed parking rate changes is the alternative 2, as carried forward from the first reading. That would increase the bare lot from $2 to $6 an hour and a daily max of $12 to $28. In the elk lot, long-term lot, the rate would increase from $1 per hour to $3 per hour, with a daily max of $6 going to $15. For employees, the proposal is to not charge employees in the lots as is the current situation. Instead, the county would be looking to do some validation of employee usage of the lots to enforce some stricter behavior and usage of those lots during the employee shifts, and then come back to the board potentially next year for some action potentially on charging employees.
And if I may, Jason.
So that is the proposal we've looked at, and yeah, that's all I got.
And if I may, Jason, Commissioner Mann, you had mentioned in our work session about how other entities in the county have done that for employees. We have reached out to our stakeholders too and would propose that as an interim step while we discuss how we move forward after the closure in 27 with the employees. But it would be giving them essentially an iPad to validate the employees, give them 15 minutes or 30, a reasonable amount of time to get to their car from their employee time frame.
Stakeholders mean like SkyWest,
airlines, TSA, et cetera. So they would all have that, and they would be in charge of that. So again, we don't know their schedules. They would be in charge of signing their employees out for the day, and I think that would really assist with any kind of proposed misuse of.
Because that seems like a smart thing to kind of remove the county from having to manage employees, like their work schedules. It seems like that should be done by the employer. And I'm sure that other parking garages, if you look at a shopping mall, or I'm not sure what the example, that's probably
I know our team is very excited about that, that the responsibility wouldn't lie on the airport team to try to validate everyone and understand who was on each shift. So I wanted to let the commissioners know that we did take that into account and actually are trying to move that forward with this. And I believe, Commissioner Clapper, you were the one that mentioned how we move forward with communicating this out, and Kelsey was lovely enough to put together a list of how we're going to do this should this be approved today. And just a few ways on that would be a press release that could be issued this afternoon to go out tomorrow, flyers in the terminal, and also our sandwich boards out front, so everyone coming into the terminal, both doors, would see a parking sign with the rate changes. SP Plus, or Metropolis as we know them, our parking vendor, would update their signage. We do have a frequent flyer that would be going out at the beginning of September with our terminal updates, and we could put it in there, as well as our newsletter. Monday public notices in the Aspen Daily News, and notice to the airline and TSA in their office space too. So in case it doesn't get down to each individual employee who may be working part-time, we will make flyers for their break rooms as well regarding how we're going to operate the employees. And again, we had proposed putting this into effect October 1.
I have one question.
Please, Ted.
I heard from a frequent airport parking flyer about 30 minutes being just too short to really get anything done if you really need to make a quick stop over there. And I don't know if that's something to consider, especially when you're thinking elk lot. If you needed to go in and either wait for someone who's delayed or track a bag that get help at a counter, is 30 minutes, like, does that allow you to actually get what you need done, or is something like an hour needed? I don't know if we want to go down this path, but it was something that was asked to me.
I can understand that, especially having one that my bag has not always made it back with me, not even from here, but another airport. Whether that is reasonable, we can also consider 45 minutes, or on that rare occasion that they can't get out, really reaching out to us to ask to be validated for a valid reason rather than extend it to 45 minutes or 60 minutes. Those are things that we can do. Our airport appointments, we actually validate for, so that is something we can absolutely look at if that is a concern of the commissioners.
I mean, 30 minutes is probably fine for bear lot. That's really close. But if you think about your park in the back corner of Elk, by the time you get into the counter to find someone to help you for your bag, and then have to get back out there. I just thought it might be something worth discussing, and maybe I should have brought this up before second reading.
And we're happy to consider that if you want to do like a 45-minute even meeting in the middle of the 30 and 60.
Feelings on that, but is that a financial, something we need to calculate on that side of?
Jason, I'm not sure what you saw as far as validations and stuff within that hour time frame versus 30-minute time frame for the elk lot. And whether that might be a worthy cause for us to do 60 minutes versus 30 minutes in the elk lot.
Yeah, we do have some of the transaction data that showed duration. As far as extending the free period, obviously, there would be some financial implication to that if you'd be taking away some of that paid time. From a benchmarking standpoint, it did range kind of all over the board. 30 minutes was not out of the envelope within the benchmarking range, which went, I believe, from about 7 minutes all the way to an hour plus. So it really is kind of a discretion, and it depends on the airport, of course. I think the discussion here about, lots that are closer or further away from the terminal and whether that timing is adequate, I think that's really what it comes down to as far as determining that time.
Commissioner Postman.
Yeah, I just had an experience where a bag came late, and I went in to pick it up or to organize and report it, and they said, well, we'll just deliver it to your house. So it took me 5 minutes, but there was no line. If there'd been a line that it took an hour to get through, I think that at some point maybe if there's a mechanism to offer people a validation, we can leave it at the 30 minutes, and offer validation for people who get hung up to dry, so to speak. Hungover, if you're hungover.
You're going in there
If
to
you're
drink, you
hungover,
shouldn't
you
be
should get a
driving anyway.
special validation.
We can definitely work with SP Plus on that, and if the airlines have it for their employees, we can try to see if they're willing to on off hours, obviously when, you know, our admin staff is not at the airport, to see about validating in those rare circumstances that people may be here to do that. But yeah, I would say in general, they're
Maybe there's
probably
a
in the bear
mechanism
lot
for
versus
that.
elk lot when they're doing that.
It's for the elk lot. The bear lot, it seems like it's only a minute and a half.
Yeah,
Right.
I agree. Bear lot's not the issue.
Commissioner Clapper.
Yeah, my concern too would be, I think you're going in the right direction, but my concern would be people who are waiting for somebody rather than using this cell phone parking area. They would go in there because they could park for an hour, and then that's taking up a space for somebody who's actually flying. Really trying to look at how we can keep the parking spaces at the airport for our flying public. Because those are the ones we hear from for the most part, other than employees that go to work and don't have any place to park. But generally, it's people getting out there and they have to catch a plane and there's no place to park. What do you do? So, and I'm still gonna probably stand with my vote against increasing this as of October 1st because of the public perception. And I know we're reaching out to the public, but sometimes it takes a little longer than 30 days for the public to understand and to figure it out. So I, again, would rather we wait till we come back after the airport closure, but that's where I'm still standing.
Additional questions or comments from commissioners? Seeing none, opening the public hearing, opening up online and in the room simultaneously. This is the second reading. We're on ordinance 068-2019. Sorry, resolution. Seeing no hands in the room or online, looking for a motion, motion to approve a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Pickens County, Colorado, rescinding resolution number 068-2019 and establishing public parking fees at the Aspen-Pickens County Airport.
So moved.
Greg.
Second.
Ted. Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 We got one opposed?
One opposed.
One opposed.
Thank
Patty.
you.
So 4-1, thank you. Diane Jackson.
Y'all get to keep me for a couple more items. And with your permission, Chair, I'd like to combine the next two. They are related, separate in the fact that we have to do different applications, but they're both for passenger facility charges. The first one before you is really a name change. It's administrative mostly for us. We've been approved by this. The airlines have approved it. It was for snow removal equipment. Unfortunately, through the process, Oshkosh no longer makes snow equipment for airports, so we did have to go with a different vendor, and unfortunately that triggered a full amendment process for us, which meant consultation with the airlines and you signing an amendment application for that.
I'm just gonna say I'm familiar with that. I think we've heard this. I would make a motion to approve and then move on to the next one if you want to keep going.
So it's a public hearing, so I'm going to have to open up for
thank you.
each of them. So I'm opening up for the PFC item number 10, which is application 2312C01 ASE. Looking for hands either in the room or online. Seeing none, bringing it back to the board, and I would take a motion from Commissioner Postman.
So moved.
Greg, thank you. Number 10.
Second.
Ted, thank you. Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Number 11, opening the public comment regarding a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners authorizing the chair to sign a PFC passenger facility charge application 2514C00 ASE with the Federal Aviation Administration to impose and use funds at the Aspen-Pickens County Airport. Opening up the public hearing and looking for public comment online and in the room. Seeing no hands, bringing it back to the board. Looking for a motion to approve the resolution. Number 11. Greg?
Second.
Francie, thank you. Further comments? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Since we're on passenger facility charges, the next one before you is actually a new application. It would be application 14 for the passenger terminal. This would be just one of those levers that we can pull for financial. Is
I
that
don't
not?
see this. Am I just,
We got 10 and 11, right?
you got 10 and
We
11.
just did those, right?
We're done. We've just
Oh,
done
for
two.
both of them.
That
I
was
was just
both of
going to describe the second one for you
We
too,
didn't even
is
get
for the
that far.
terminal. Okay,
We got it done.
We heard it.
We are moving along.
Thank you all.
And we're awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you, you're awesome.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. Ted O'Brien. Faloha.
In the chute.
Overhead wires.
Underground wires.
Yeah, following up on this one from the first reading.
Yeah.
What do we need to do?
Questions for Ted regarding an easement relocation with Holy Cross regarding the Faloha Administrative Unit. Seeing no questions for Ted at the board table, opening up the public comment online and in the room. Seeing no hands regarding the energy easement relocation. It needs an acronym. Patty.
Yeah, no,
Yes.
Greg, didn't you ask about undergrounding and you were gonna look into that with Holy Cross as far as cost or
Yeah,
just the
so
feasibility of doing that?
we're undergrounding on our property, but as far as the whole line that feeds it, I mean, if
Not
we're
gonna
willing
do
to
that
pay
yet.
for it, they're up for it.
And the other thing, this is kind of related because it has to do with light, and it has to do with Faloha, the lightning bugs. What are ours? Lightning bugs?
Yeah,
they-
one of the few places in the state that has them.
Yeah.
But that's probably over a mile from where we're talking about.
Okay, and those are little tiny ones out there. They're not as big as the ones I just saw in Virginia.
They're about the same.
Are they that big?
Yeah, they're about the same size, I'd
Really?
say.
It was
I
pretty cool.
haven't seen them in 3 or 4 years, but
Yeah, so.
Should revisit that little
Because I was thinking, okay, we're running electricity out there, and we've got lightning bugs. Why do we need lights? All right, thank you.
you're welcome. Thank you, guys.
Greg.
Just want to say, Ted, do these lightning bugs understand they cannot violate our dark skies ordinance?
Yeah, I've had a talk with them.
Okay.
You know, I
thank you.
told them
That's
to
why
kind
they
of
fly
keep it
low to
under
the
wraps.
I heard you went out and talked to them at night.
Sometimes.
Good for you.
One more
I'll
chance.
join you.
Looking to see if there's anyone in the room or online that wants to talk about lightning bugs or energy easement
They're
relocation.
so cool out there.
Seeing no hands in the room or online, looking for a motion.
So moved.
Thank you.
Greg.
I'll second.
Second, Francie. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, Ted.
Thank you, Ted.
Thanks. Nice shirt.
Carousel Bernacle, Ashley Pearl regarding tax mill levies.
Good afternoon.
Kelly, 2 days in a row.
You've heard about this one.
Yeah, you get the one Kelly, not Kelly Squid.
Real Kelly. She's fake Kelly.
Good afternoon. Ashley Pearl, Assistant County Manager of Community Services, and Kelly Medina, Interim Human Services Director. We're not joined by our usual crew because some people have left us. The attrition has happened and they've gone on PTO. We're here with second reading of the Healthy Community Fund ballot language. We thought there were going to be very minimal changes between first and second reading, but then we heard from the clerk that the state of Colorado has put in a rule that nothing can be over 250 words, no ballot questions from local governments, because apparently the state questions are going to be lengthy this year and they want to make sure that everything fits. So in normal years, we could ask for a longer question from the clerk, and this year they're not allowed to even allow that. So we did need to make some changes between first and second that all keep the substance of the ballot language the same, but that bring it down to 250 words. It was at 270 something at first reading with the changes you all approved.
You're 246. Sorry, I just counted them.
We're at 250,
Including the header or no?
not including the header.
So you're at 246. What's attachment A is 246.
Okay.
Were you
Let's
giving-
go through
are we
those
accepting the red line?
changes and kind of talk about what's in there, if you all want, just so that you're aware.
Not at second reading usually, but
Okay. We had, just since there were changes, we wanted to make sure that the board was aware and had a chance to talk about them.
that'd be great.
Okay. So we didn't make any changes to the last paragraph because that's all the Tabor requirements and whatnot. We made very few changes to the first paragraph, as you can see. We had long conversations with you all last time about all these kind of qualifiers that we had in there. We had some things for community members, for low-income folks, we had some of those sorts of things. So those have all been crossed out because that saved us a bunch of words. And then you can see some of the other changes in there. The other thing, Greg, you had asked last time for us to reorder the kind of bullets or the lines. Frankly, it was very hard to figure out
How to do that.
a great way
Fine.
to do that. The
Okay.
only change we did make was we moved natural resources, supporting access to natural resources a little bit lower down, and we moved services and activities supporting healthy aging for older adults higher up.
Great.
Besides that, we didn't make any changes.
Can I make a comment on that?
Yeah.
I'm fine with that. I think that's fine. You've changed the nature of the line with protection of the quality of our natural resources to supporting access. That's like, we're not preserving open space, just as an analogy, we're making trails, right? So that's not the same thing. So I disagree with, I think we could use as few words to protecting natural resources, protecting quality. You know, if it's just about access to natural resources, then, you know, maybe there's something there, but I want to make sure that we haven't reduced that down to something that, you know, becomes exclusive. And so I'll need help with that.
I think
You have consensus around the board table from at least
Yeah,
three
I
members.
do have a suggestion, putting supporting and protecting natural resources.
So,
Something
Kara, did you
besides
want to
access.
jump
I'm
in?
trying to keep the word count
Yeah,
the same.
yeah.
Because I had access also circled, so if we
Supporting
take out
protection.
access to and put and supporting, we're still within the 2 words.
And I think, and I did just do a word count, we are at 246, so I think part of it was, we didn't want to generalize it, so it felt like it was competing with
one of the other
open
funds.
space, and so.
Okay, right,
Patty,
I
can
copy
you
that. But we've got 4 words to work with now.
Supporting and protecting natural resources. It's 2 for 2.
Yeah. Access, the word access is the issue there.
You know, take out access to and just put supporting and
trailhead.
protecting natural resources.
Plenty of access to wild.
Is the board good with
Sure.
that?
That works for me.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the intent is
Still
still
have
there.
3 words to add?
It's a dangerous game.
No, we took out 2 and put in
Well
2,
done.
so that was
And
a,
that in record time.
2.
yeah, 2 for 2.
Go over the limit by doing that?
Anything further?
We still have 2 words?
Is there a reason why the ballot ends with a question mark at the end?
No, we still have 4.
It's a question, so shall Picken County taxes, this is all.
Right, and shall.
Sorry.
So, but it's on page 2 of your,
Yes, it intentionally ends with a question mark.
thank you.
Yeah.
It's a long sentence.
It's okay.
That's how ballot questions are written.
Modernism.
I do have,
Please, Patty.
I heard from actually 2 folks who, after looking at it at our first reading, were concerned about the 30-year. Wondering if we would discuss or consider 25 or 20, just to have a level of comfort for voters. I didn't know if the board wanted to think about that.
I'm looking for legal advice before we change the duration.
We can go down, we just can't go up.
So are you proposing that it goes from 30 years to 25 years?
There's a multiple of 3s, I think, issue there, right?
Yes.
But if it went, say, to 18, I'll propose it only because I think that an 18 or a 21 or might be a possibility.
There were some conflicts with renewals for
Other questions.
housing and open space that were
Right.
around the 21, 24
Yeah.
number.
It's shoehorning in a timeline.
So-
I can understand that, thanks for bringing that up, but I just think what's important now is to maybe tweak it a little bit to ensure that this has an opportunity to get passed.
So I can clarify, if you do a 20-year, that would sunset in 2047. Open space and trails sunsets in 2040, and the affordable workforce housing sunsets in 2049. So you're 2 years before the
So
affordable
20
housing.
years?
Yes. I think if you wanted to give a little bit more space and not 2 back-to-back, you could change it maybe forward.
19 years.
Are you good, Patty?
18 years.
I'd be good with 20. I mean, a 25 would be, but if that conflicts, which it wouldn't either.
No, 25 would be after.
Yeah.
Commissioner Jacober, then Commissioner Mann.
I don't agree. We had this discussion before, and we came up with 30 for pretty sound reasons at that time, I thought. And as a voter myself, it certainly isn't going to change my vote, whether it's 20, 25, or 30 years. I mean, in fact, I probably would be in favor of a longer time for stability of government, but, so I would not support that.
Well, I understand your position, but I know where your vote is. I'm talking about the rest of the county votes. And
So am I.
it's the perception of people of, well, it's going on and on and on and on. Why you even have, and I think you may be able to.
I wouldn't want to make that change.
The comment that I think Ted and I heard, or at least I know I heard, was you may as well never sunset it at all if it's too long. And there's a logic to that. In our lifetimes, it's not going to sunset, so what's the difference? So it wouldn't bother me at all to reduce it a little bit and to be able to say that we did because we talked about this. I think that's a valid conversation. I understand people's points.
How many people said that to you?
Well, we presented at the Rotary, and we had, I'm going to say, more than 2. But what?
It wasn't a one-off.
No, it wasn't a one-off.
I had 2 that came to me. One of them who was deeply involved in the Healthy Community Fund over the years, and he said he felt that to really further getting this passed, it's the perception of people, 30 versus 25, maybe only 5 years, but it's 20. Starts with a 2, not a 3, and I take his opinion very, very seriously.
And the longest sunset
Okay.
we've had has been, what, 7?
9. The longest sunset you've had is 9.
So anything better than 9 is a step in the right direction, in my opinion. So
What are the options, do we think?
So if you did a 20-year, that would put you to 2047. I wouldn't worry about open space because you're 7 years after the open space. You're really just looking on the front end of the affordable workforce housing, which sunsets in 2049. If you did 25 years, you're really challenging my math. I think that's 2052, if I did that right. And that would be 3 years after the affordable workforce. So
I'd go with 25.
I'm okay with that.
Having heard concerns about it, I agree with the thought that whether it changes votes or not, some people do ask the question, and knowing that we have to get behind this and get it across the finish line, I think it shows a willingness to listen, and maybe that will make a difference.
Every little bit helps.
Every little bit helps, yeah.
And the Healthy Community Fund could be reopened, like if necessary, we could revisit it before 25 years for one reason or another. Is that
And
correct?
increase it and extend it, yeah.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm
Well,
comfortable.
Unless one's in effect.
It would largely depend on the circumstances, but yes, there is
Withdraw and then
potential
put a new one out there.
Yes, exactly. You might have to eliminate it and reenact it at the same time, but.
There's a way to do that.
Right,
Yes.
got it. Okay, thank you.
Further commissioner questions or comments for staff? And Rye, you're fine at second reading, reducing the duration
Reducing
of
it
the
is
tax?
all right. You're decreasing the impact on the taxpayers over time, so.
So we have 25 where it's highlighted instead of 30 years. And then we added, where'd they go?
That adds a word, by the way.
Oh, thank
Not a
you.
number.
Put a hyphen in it.
-5.
Wherever the resources was.
Still
So-
have
So
2 words
instead
to
of
go.
supporting access, we changed that to, what did we change it to, Kelly?
Supporting and protecting.
Protecting and supporting natural resources.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or supporting and protecting. I don't know.
Seeing no further commissioner comments, opening the public hearing. Looking for public comment regarding Healthy Community Fund. Seeing no hands online or in the room, bring it back to the board. Further discussion.
Make the motion.
Francie.
I can find it. Oh, yeah. Resolution of the Board of County Commissioners approving a ballot title to be submitted for the November 3rd, 2026 general election, authorizing an annual ad valorem property tax mill levy imposed at a rate of .853 mills for not more than amended to 25 years for the purposes of funding the Healthy Community Fund and to go into effect once the existing tax expires, and authorizing that all appropriate actions be taken relating to the election.
And amending the ballot language as drafted in the
Yeah, I'll
room.
make a second with
Access.
the amending of the ballot language to say
Yeah.
protecting.
Including the
which did
language
you have?
around
Supporting
access.
and protecting, or
Protecting and supporting is what we're
protecting
doing.
and supporting natural resources.
Yep.
Thank you, Francie. Thank you, Patty, for the discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you all.
Thank you all.
Thank
Thank
you.
you,
Now
Ashley.
have an
Kelly.
official ballot question.
Thanks, Kelly.
Thank you.
We have a ballot question.
Oh, there he is.
Public hearings. Can we get a drink of water, but I'll be right back.
What?
Hey, Jeffrey, I'm stepping away for a minute.
That was my notes on Friday.
Greg, do you need two? So,
Glenn, how nice
Dora,
to see you. It's
Dora, we're
been
just gonna-
forever.
we'll take 5.
How are you?
Welcome back. This is the regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. It's August 26th. We are on item number 14, the Board of County Commissioners Annual Review 2024 and 2025. Turning it over to Franco. And
Thank you,
for joining us.
Chairperson Woodruff. Yes, this is the resolution for granting annual review approval for the Redstone Castle for 2024 and 2025 years. My name is Franco Palumbo, planner up in community development. The applicant next to me, RC Ownership LLC, is represented by Stephen DeBates and Glenn Horn. The property is located at 58 and 68 Redstone Castle Lane and 58 Redstone Boulevard. And the property is zoned Village Laws Preservation, VLP, and is comprised of those 3 parcels. So some brief background: in 2018, the property was rezoned to Village Laws Preservation, VLP, and the first master plan was approved pursuant to Resolution 60/2018. And subsequently, after that resolution, there were annual reviews required as part of that review. And in 2024, the applicant had amended that VLP master plan pursuant to Resolution 20/2024. And in 2025, the applicant did submit an annual review report, but county staff did not bring that annual review to you all. So here we are, kind of getting both the 2024 and 2025 annual reviews. So in the first amended VLP master plan, the special events, it's part of that. It's a part of that master plan packet. I have the attachment 19 that states it was originally amended, and now it has the number of events for 100 attendees or more is no more than 4 a year. The number of events for 20 to 99 attendees is no more than 4, and the number of events 20 and under, there's no annual limit, and that's a drastic decrease from the original VLP master plan. There was public comments, but I did not receive it in time to post the packet. That was from Cindy and Evelyn Harper. And I sent that to you all, I believe, last Friday, and I sent that to the applicants as well. And as part of this analysis, annual review is to be reported to staff and presented to you all as part of the master plan clause 3A8 and as required in that resolution 2024 conditions 18 and 19. And the staff finds that the operation is generally in compliance with the VLP master plan, and staff recommends that the BoCC adopt the resolution granting annual review approval to the Redstone Castle 2024 and 2025, and I could take any questions that you may have.
Glenn, do you want to follow on? Sorry, Glenn, do you want to do a follow-on?
Yeah, we have some follow-up. I want to begin. I'm Glenn Horn, representing RC Ownership LLC. We want to enter 2 affidavits of notice into the public record. One is an affidavit of posting the poster boards, 4 poster boards on the property. And then Ezra Luthis executed this affidavit, and I did the mailing, and I have a second affidavit as to the mailing. So I want to hand these to Franco to enter into the public record. With that, Stefan is going to discuss the current status of the castle in terms of the annual reports and what we can anticipate in the future.
That'd be great, thank you.
Right, so my name is Stefan Lebates. I'm the president of RC Ownership. So you mentioned the bridge. We've been good neighbors, so there was a lot of concern by the local people living on the boulevard that if I was to start construction, there would be heavy traffic, and that was highly undesirable. So we decided not to proceed with construction during the construction of the bridge. Now the bridge has been opened, so you can expect to have light to moderate activity for the rest of the year, and you're definitely going to have a lot more activity next year. What we've done at the end of last year, we fixed all the manholes on the boulevard because there was a concern about topping off the capacity of the water treatment plant. Together with Kobe and his firm, we identified that the bulk of what we thought were the high volume to the sanitization plant were in fact treating groundwater and river water, and we put some cameras into the manholes, and then we agreed to fix the manholes at our own cost. Since then, we've downloaded all the data, and I think there's plenty of capacity. I think we have capacity for 60 plus EQR. Maybe you want to talk about it?
It's on. Yeah, hi, Colby Christoph with Sopris Engineering. We've gone through the data that we've got. We did this work in December and January. So we're collecting the data monthly from the Redstone Water and Sand District. And so far, we're through June. We just got July, but we had a couple anomalies that we just want to talk to the board about that were, seem like abnormal numbers. So far, yeah, everything's tracking to have decreased, which was our intent, flow to the plant.
Right. So what we've also done is we completed the debris fence. So that is done. We have a permit to demolition of the barn, and we are starting to probably gonna commence work on the interim road improvement. I would say if it's not next week, it's gonna be the week after. And we expect that work to be completed within 4 to 6 weeks so that we can have the work inspected by the county engineer before the winter. DHM is finalizing the permit set together with Kobe for the civil work on site. So that would include removing some of the trees and agreeing where to put the trees. So we're going to submit a permit set within 2 weeks. And we will do that work before the end of the year. So since we've been good neighbors and waited for the bridge to open, I hope the review for the permit will be quick. But that's where we are.
Excellent. Thank you. Questions for Stefan, Colby, Glenn, or Franca?
So are we continuing annual reviews? Because we had a concern from a concerned citizen that in order for us, well, that citizen went on about the original application approval, which is not really what we're hearing here today. But I think we're continuing. We have the opportunity to extend them to every 2 years or not do them ever again. But are we continuing them on an annual basis?
The resolution states an annual basis, and
It's-
that could be put towards if you guys decide to be remanded to staff for annual review.
So rather than coming to us, it could go to you unless you felt you needed to bump it back to the BoCC.
Yes, that's what the resolution states.
So I want to just clarify that for the public. Thank you.
Yeah, I have a question. So tell me about the operations now, the actual people. Are people coming? Are you waiting till you're ready?
No, we've decided. I mean, we do the tours because
Yeah.
we are obligated,
I
and
saw that.
That's our commitment. But we are not operating special event, and we are not running a bed and breakfast on property. So we maintain the property. We do an immense amount of work behind the scene to be ready, but we will construct and operate as the final use that has been approved through the resolution. And the reason for that is we thought it would be very confusing for our brand and for our commitment if there was an intermediary kind of bed and breakfast situation. So we are not operating the castle as it stands.
Okay, but you will still. That's where you're going.
Well, I mean, that's why I'm investing all this money
Right.
into the property, yes.
Yeah, okay.
Any questions about ice climbing?
I don't climb ice, nor do I chew it.
I actually went. It's amazing. You should all try.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, it looks so easy, but it's a lot harder than what it looks.
Is there enough ice in this warm winter?
I didn't do this winter. I did the winter before, but in March, and there was plenty of ice. And you know, it's.
You
I
like
mean,
it.
I'm not going to talk about ice climbing, but it's a fascinating sport.
It's a little slippery for me.
It's cold and hot at the same time.
Yeah, we prefer social climbing.
Some of us do.
Speak for yourself, dear.
Any questions? This is a public hearing. I'm opening up the public hearing regarding the annual 2024-2025 review of the Redstone Castle. Looking for hands in the room or online. Seeing none, bring it back to the board. Looking for a motion.
I'll make a motion. This is about the simplest annual review we've ever done.
I'll second that.
That was Francie and Greg. Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Nice to see you.
Thank you, everyone.
Good to see you. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thanks for the help with the bridge. The bridge is really awesome.
Yes.
You seen the bridge in
Yes,
person?
just a few.
It's really awesome.
I do think they need little sculptures of our busts on each, you know.
Like gargoyles?
Yeah. That'd be cool.
That'd be very
I'll
cool.
I'll make them and sneak them on.
Let's do that. Get Willow to design them though.
Like Willow can do it.
And it's got a place for like, what he's developing over in Redstone. It was similar to what he developed in Thailand.
Does this one work, or is this the one that doesn't work? It's only this one that works, but do you mind? Let me join, and then it was on.
Go for the M&Ms.
I brought you some chips.
I got a purple clip. You notice that? I'm special.
I'm going to ask that our
Yeah,
county.
pretty special.
I'm not going to ask our county manager.
No question about it.
Need? We're waiting for them to get online.
Huh?
Ellen, are you the IT person?
She's leaving
Or
the school.
Hannah Holm looks like maybe
Where's she
they're
going?
who has the most concerned look?
Who is the most concerned?
And is this one, really?
The other one looks.
You should
No,
be
this
talking about
one's
it.
good. Oh, that one will
She's
look cute.
good.
Oh, they're all.
She was talking about maybe a ski company, she was talking about.
Thank you.
Better benefits, yeah.
Thank you.
Good, now they can pay for the Trevor
Get in
cell
charge of
phone
city. The day is young.
that I'm still paying for.
Hey,
How are things?
nice to see you, Greg.
You're supposed to bring the baby with you, we're not
Right,
gonna
yeah.
hear this.
All right, did you forget
Sorry, you gotta go.
That's a good way to move things through.
Well, yeah.
Hand you the baby.
When things get rough,
We
you
have a
know.
no
Yeah.
dogs
Point to
rule
the
here.
baby.
It's
And-
not no
Yeah,
babies.
but babies.
Babies can count.
Maybe an exception for this baby.
Usually my baby's sound asleep under here.
I know. I never brought Cinderella in here.
So we're here for the first reading, public hearing. This is approval. This is not first reading.
This is first reading.
No, it's to read.
Just see if they can get that.
Cool. Joined by Suzanne Wolf, Ellen Sassano, Hannah Hunt Wander, Jessica Garrow from Design Workshop. Welcome.
Thank you.
And
Glad to be
Kara
here.
wonderful to see you. And Kara Silbernagle. I will turn it over to Ellen.
Thank you, Jeffrey. I also want to, in addition to the team that you just introduced, I also want to recognize that while the comprehensive plan has been a staff-led effort, we were supported by a great Vision 2050 team that included Kara Silbernagle, whoever that is, Design Workshop, GBSM, and Tim Malloy Consulting, all of whom helped to get us here today. So thank you to the whole team. So this afternoon, Hannah Hunt and I will review the purpose of the comprehensive plan and the process that's been undertaken to get to final approval of the plan, hopefully in the next 2 meetings. We'll take a little more time to provide an overview of the plan content, key themes, and policies, and public comments received. This is the first of, as we just said, the first of 2 scheduled hearings, with second reading scheduled for September 23rd as the next step. As you know, state statute gives the authority to make and adopt master plans to the Planning and Zoning Commission, subject to the approval of the Board of County Commissioners. The P&Z adopted the comprehensive plan on May 12th, 2026. And for the record, the P&Z plan development and process included 24 public work sessions with staff, 4 public hearings over the course of 3 months in which extensive public comments were made in person at those meetings. The Planning Commission reviewed and considered plus or minus 40 written public comments from the general public and caucuses as part of the plan development and adoption process. And that came on the heels of an extensive public engagement process that Jessica's going to walk us through that informed the plan outcome. Given that, staff is very appreciative of the P&Z for the many hours and extraordinary efforts that resulted in the development and adoption of this plan. Hats off to the P&Z. So with that, the next several slides will cover the purpose of the comprehensive plan and the process involved in plan development. So the basic, you've seen this slide before, the basic function of the comprehensive plan is to provide a planning policy foundation and a community vision for the county. It's an advisory document that's grounded in the Community Growth Advisory Committee report based on a data-informed process and robust community engagement. So while many of the foundational community values that existed in 2003 around
preservation of the environment, and rural character, remain unchanged and are carried forward in the plan before you today, a lot has changed over that 23-year period in the realm of development intensity, climate, traffic congestion, and the like. The comprehensive plan update provides policy guidance for moving forward to address that change in a positive way. I'm going to turn it over to Jessica now, who's going to briefly cover the Vision 2050 process and how we got here.
Great. Thanks, Ellen. Really excited to be at this important milestone as part of the Vision 2050 process. So this has been a process that the county has undertaken in partnership with the community for a number of years. I was introduced to this process as a member of the Community Growth Advisory Committee. And that group, we met for 10 months. We had a lot of meetings. We really dug into a lot of the important issues related to the climate emergency, growth and development, and the impact of large homes within our county. And from those meetings, we issued a recommendations report that included a number of different recommendations, pretty broad, and was a unanimous document from a pretty diverse cross-section of the community. And so that's became the kind of basis of the next steps within the community's process for Vision 2050. So following that recommendations report, the county issued an RFP, and then in my professional capacity with Design Workshop, we were hired with GBSM, who had been facilitating the Community Growth Advisory Committee, to support work on policy analysis and analyzing some of the findings, diving a little bit more deeply into some of the pieces that the group had made recommendations on. We completed extensive community engagement, which I'll cover in a few slides, to inform the draft comprehensive plan that is before you today for consideration. And once this plan is adopted, we will then move into, and you can see on this slide, those next steps of code development in terms of updates to the land use code to implement the comprehensive plan. The overall vision for Vision 2050 is really based on the core values of bold climate action, balanced economy, rural preservation, and equity and affordability. These were identified through that CGAC process, have been really reaffirmed throughout the community engagement. I spent a little bit of time talking about the Community Growth Advisory Committee. This is just an overview of what I've shared. But again, I think it is important to note 26 community members from really diverse backgrounds within our community made unanimous recommendations that are being carried forward and considered as the basis for the rest of this process. So in terms of other overall community engagement, I would say this is some of the most robust engagement with the community that the county has really ever undertaken. We had a dedicated, and still have, dedicated project website, a number of community surveys. We had a mapping tool online, had over 1,000 views. We did a number of pop-up events. We dropped flyers door to door at businesses. We mailed postcards, held community open houses, really tried to cast the net quite widely. In addition, specific conversations with caucuses to make sure we were understanding from the caucus perspective what they wanted to see within the plan. In addition, throughout this process, the CGAC kind of transitioned to a work group. And so we had 10 work group meetings throughout this process, and caucus members were also part of that work group. So really extensive community engagement. And what we heard is a lot of reaffirming of what was in that CGAC recommendations report. A full summary of the engagement activities is included as an appendix to the plan. So this slide discusses the different roles and responsibilities of the various groups and the community at large within this process and plan adoption. So the community at large has informed the project at key milestones throughout the process. The work group has consisted folks consistently from the CGAC and added that caucus representation. P&Z worked really extensively with staff to develop, review, and adopt the plan, and BoCC approves the plan following the P&Z's adoption, and so that's why we're here today.
Right. So thanks. The next several slides provide an overview of plan content, key themes, and policies. So let's start with the plan table of contents. There are 6 chapters in the plan, 4 of which contain 27 policy sections and 250 plus policy statements. We're not going to subject you to all 250 policies today, but the next several slides will highlight some of the key policies and elements contained in these chapters. Starting with chapter 1, the introduction chapter, this chapter provides a summary of the process and community engagement approach that were utilized to develop plan elements that reflect community values. So again, those community values around bold climate action, a balanced economy, rural preservation, and support for equity and affordability were established again by the Community Growth Advisory Committee and reaffirmed by the board and the community throughout the Vision 2050 process. Hannah Hunt's going to walk us through the next 2 chapters, existing conditions and the natural environment.
Thanks. So chapter 2 is our existing conditions chapter. This is a really data-heavy chapter. There's demographics, socioeconomics, kind of timelines and history, really creating a profile, community profile of where we are today, how did we get here, which serves as the baseline for the plan. You all have seen me present on this over the last few years, so a lot of that same data is included in here. Here are some of the kind of key trends that I think are important to just really underline again that underscore a lot of the direction that's captured in the policies in the overall plan. So growth versus intensity, we've been really focused on managing growth, and to be clear, that's still a priority, but expanding that to also consider intensity and activity. And we feel that intensity and activity most acutely through seasonal fluctuations, so seasonal visitation on peak holiday weekends, through traffic congestion at certain times of day, through single-family residences that operate more like commercial systems, all that strain our rural infrastructure, our roads, community resources. Another big aspect, so wages have increased, but that's really been outpaced by cost of living, creating affordability challenges. Much of our workforce lives outside of Pitkin County by choice, by necessity, commuting in on 82, which presents challenges, right, from a congestion standpoint, also strain on workforce. Jobs and economic sector shifts, so the emergence of what we've called the private residential sector, which is really around the construction, the maintenance, the operations, also the financing of high-value single-family residences and real estate. In addition to community impacts, tracking community impacts as related to residential square footage. And we included within this report ways to measure that. So tracking that across greenhouse gas emissions, vehicle trips, vehicle miles traveled, and different jobs in different sectors, jobs generated. So that's kind of the background on our existing conditions, which...
Can I just ask for a clarification? Private residential economic sector, I'm assuming that includes, the speculative real estate market and the high-end homes turns over. What else does that include, just so I understand that?
Sure, yeah, and that's kind of detailed out in that section, but it's looking at jobs. Primarily, we were looking at this from the construction, the operations, and the maintenance, but then also capturing some of that real estate. So what's happening on-site, and then some of those off-site support services that would support private residences. So, chapter 3, this is our first policy chapter, the natural environment. With each of these chapters, we have a goal for that chapter. So the goal here, this is our longstanding, unwavering commitment, preserve, conserve, and protect the rural character, wildlands, and natural environment of Pitkin County. And then also each of these chapters include a synthesis of the broad themes, kind of layering on what Jessica said about all that community engagement. We wanted to pick some of the highlights of that community direction and include that at the beginning of each of the chapters. So this is really a lot of what we heard around the natural environment community direction. Preserve and protect the natural environment, use our county regulations and programs to support the natural environment, mitigate human impacts, support broad partnerships for broad environmental protections, as well as recognizing caucus master plan input for the natural environment and hazard mitigation. So this chapter has 8 policy areas. These are listed on the left column of this slide. We wanted to just put this up to just again kind of underscore that really this is a value-driven plan, and all of these policy areas were cross-checked, informed by, and part of what informs those community values. So in the natural environment, every policy is really related to rural preservation, and then also checks many of those other value statements. So recognizing that tie between our local environment and its role in our local communities. And then, so this slide and what we want to go through again for each of these chapters is to communicate that there's a lot of existing policies in our existing land use code and our existing 2003 comprehensive plan that exist today and will be carried forward. There are also policies that supplement or update and improve upon these policies. So the ones that are on here are really a snapshot to describe some of the important facets that are included within the policies in this chapter. So I'll kind of pause and go through these in a little bit more depth. So preserve wildlife and habitat, existing policy carried forward, and commitment to protect migration movement corridors. Protecting wildlife resources existing carried forward, and increasing water adequacy requirements for development and redevelopment, as well as limiting high water outdoor amenity consumptive uses. A variety of policies that are existing and carried forward around senior water rights, protection of senior water rights, as well as supporting flexibility of water rights to benefit hydrology and ecology. Preserving agricultural lands, as well as support for agricultural providers, producers, and local food. Protection of scenic views, and bolstering that policy to minimize the impact of site development to scenic views. That carries forward a lot of caucus-specific language that was incorporated into that policy, those policy statements. Support for public lands, as well as reaffirming the commitment to permanent protection of federal lands. Managing recreation, and citing multiple benefits of recreation to our local economy and community. Just a note here, in the managing recreation section, we had a public comment about this Aspen, the ski area policy. We'll circle back to that, but just we know that will live here. Hazard mitigation, existing carried forward, as well as coordinated resiliency planning with a specific emphasis on wildfire. So that's a snapshot. There's a lot in here, but we wanted to give just kind of a high-level direction of what's included from a policy standpoint in Chapter 3. We're going to keep moving into the next chapter.
Right, thanks. So the built environment is the second of the policy chapters, and the goal for the built environment chapter is to ensure that all elements of the built environment, land use, transportation, housing, energy, and infrastructure, work together to reflect our community values. Right, so this slide again contains a synthesis of the broad community direction developed from community input, existing plans, and feedback to date that includes direction to reduce intensity related to large residential development in rural areas, streamline and incorporate incentives into the land use and building codes, prioritize community housing development that meets our community values, stand strong on environmental protections and rural preservation, and support existing outdoor recreation. So then again, importantly, those policies are grounded in and a direct output of community values. And this slide shows 9 policies in the chapter in the left-hand column. And across the board, these policies support community values, especially in this case, bold climate action, and weave together values around balanced economy, rural preservation, and equity and affordability. So again, we want to reiterate the fact that there are many existing policies in the land use code, shown in the left-hand column here, that are and will continue to be foundational for the community and will be carried forward in the plan. The right-hand column identifies many of the new policies in the plan that supplement, update, and improve upon those long-standing policies. So the plan now includes policy direction for environmental stewardship and performance standards to electrify, reduce emissions and energy consumption, and incentivize small homes. A policy to manage growth and manage intensity of residential development in rural areas and limit exemptions from growth management. A policy to maintain rural character and focus new density towards urban areas with sufficient infrastructure. A policy to prioritize community housing location within urban growth boundary areas and support diverse strategies to increase access to housing and leverage caretaker dwelling units to house our community. There was a lot of public comment and discussion around this topic of housing at the P&Z public hearings. Ultimately, the Planning Commission decision was to maintain the existing policy to locate community housing within urban growth boundary areas. It's important to note that the existing policy carried forward in the plan again includes an exception for locating certain types of housing, including caretaker dwelling units and on-site job-related housing, as examples, outside of the urban growth boundary areas. In addition to addressing the location of housing, the plan also includes an extensive community housing section that contains several policies that were added to address housing approaches and opportunities on a broader scale. There is a policy to maintain transferable development rights as a successful tool for rural preservation and to address impacts associated with TDR receiving sites. There is a policy to support multimodal transportation and reduce traffic intensity and participate in regional transportation planning. Finally, there is an existing policy regarding caucus master plans. The new policy describes the function and application of caucus and neighborhood master plans and the comprehensive plan, clarifying that the comprehensive plan may take priority where a conflict exists between plans in a land use review. During the Planning Commission public hearings, there was a lot of public comment and discussion around this topic as well. The end result was that the P&Z revised the policy, which initially stated that the comprehensive plan takes priority where there's a conflict between plans, to say that the comp plan may take priority, making the decision at the P&Z or board level discretionary. So again, that's a snapshot, a summary of the existing and policies and new policy direction that's been added. I can pause here, see if there are any questions before we move to the next chapter.
Mr. Clapper.
Yeah, on the housing policy, it was my understanding, again, correct me if I'm wrong, that the housing policy also allowed for exceptions based on existing affordable housing development? Okay, so that's still in there.
That is current. That is the current policy that is carried forward. I did not read the entire list of exceptions. Yes,
great. Thank you.
That is still there.
That was easy.
That was easy. Thank you.
I guess the follow-up, and staff is comfortable with the helping verb, saying one may take priority over another?
Say again, sorry.
The question was may.
Mm-hmm.
So the helping verb is adequate for staff purposes? regarding the comp plan may take priority over a caucus master
Rather
plan.
than shall take priority?
I'm not a fan of helping verbs. I'm an architect. I abhor MRB, bin, can, could, do, done,
an
did, have,
architect?
has, had, is, may, must, ought, shall, should, will, were, was. You shouldn't use those words. Should not. Sorry, I can go slower.
But you may or you shall use them.
It's bad code, is what it is.
So I would.
What would you recommend?
Well, what it's saying,
I'm
my
looking-
understanding of what it's saying is that instead of it happening every time, it's up to the
Thanks,
discretion of
thanks,
the
Ted.
board.
You're fine with you may be fine with the discretion that's currently drafted?
Can we be more clear?
This was a planning and zoning, after a lot of public input and discussion, this was a decision made by the Planning and Zoning Commission that they felt was
An adequate compromise.
an adequate compromise, yes. There was lengthy discussion on this topic, and this is what they were comfortable with.
If I could. So, the thing about housing outside of the UGB. So one of the goals for having that kind of restriction was that there might not be existing infrastructure. But there are places that have existing infrastructure that aren't inside the UGB. So is there any recognition of that, and that those places might be more appropriate than no places? Like, there are subdivisions, for instance, which have already got their systems all in place, or maybe they're a place where the neighborhood does, but it's not within the UGB. So is there any mention of those kinds of possibilities for housing that aren't inside the UGB?
I would say yes. I mean, that was a lot of the conversation through the outreach and the policy kind of development to say, hey, we have drawn a hard line. There are places, like you said, Francie, where this might be appropriate that are not in, that are outside of the UGB. We looked at those, we had that community conversation. Ultimately, where PNZ landed was they felt like that was too wishy-washy. There wasn't an ability to be able to really define what those were and what those were not. And so at this time, the policy's not changed. It's that hard line around existing urban growth boundaries. I will say that because there was extensive community outreach that was done and a lot of policy conversation, we captured that in an appendix, which is attached to this comprehensive plan, to just memorialize that conversation that we did have around, what are the opportunities that might exist. But so yes, there was that conversation. It's memorialized to some extent, but the decision from the Planning Commission was not to move on a policy or make that change.
So what if somebody who has the infrastructure available to them comes to us with a plan for affordable housing, a little community of affordable housing or something? What can we do to make that happen if it's sort of codified in here that we don't go outside the UGB? What are there steps to make it happen?
So it's the same as it is today, because the code is set up to say that based on our policy related to housing, our zoning does not accommodate an affordable housing zone. A property cannot be rezoned to affordable housing outside of an urban growth boundary. So if you have a property somewhere in the rural area that you think might be appropriate for, the mechanism is not there in the code. The code provides a hard stop to that today, because you can't rezone that property to accommodate the density, the affordable housing on that piece of property if it's outside of the urban growth boundary. So the way it exists today in the code, and has for 20-something years under the current code, remains the same in terms of that opportunity to take a piece of land outside of the urban growth boundary and rezone it to accommodate an affordable housing development.
Well, we have certainly rezoned things in the past. It's not like you can't rezone, right?
There have been rezonings. Is it to the affordable housing zone district? We have not in the 20 years of this current code. And that was, again, the policy there when the code was written based on that urban, differentiation, urban area versus rural area, was set up that there are zone districts that are available and applicable if you're in the urban growth boundary area, and ones that would be more for the rural area. And so those of the affordable housing zone districts are only available if you're in the urban growth boundary.
But there are places between the urban growth boundary and rural. There's RE10 and that kind of stuff. I mean,
Those are rural area zone districts under the code today and under the code going forward. Again, this conversation was, is there more of a spectrum? Is there some, leeway? Again, all of the conversations that led the Planning Commission to make their decision to say, we're not comfortable at this time changing the policy statements behind this to accommodate for some opportunities for additional housing outside of the urban growth boundary. They did not choose that policy statement. They wanted to stick with the statement similar to what it is today, which is we prioritize housing within the urban growth boundary.
But when in the future is that available for change? Because you make it sound like it's immortal, so.
What are you trying to get? What do you want?
But I'm just trying to figure out if somebody brings in a really good project for a housing complex that could serve the needs of people in the community, but it's not inside the UGB, is there any mechanism for that to happen? That's all I'm trying to find out. Are there any ways, is there any way to, there's gonna be a point at which the UGB is too dense, we can't do it anymore, but we might still have needs. Or we might have a group of people who come together and wanna have community living together, and they don't wanna live in the UGB, they wanna live somewhere. I don't know what the case would be, but, if something came forward that had promise and a future board wanted to approve it, it doesn't look right now like there's any mechanism for doing that.
Right now, there's not a mechanism for rezoning to affordable housing outside of the urban growth boundary areas, but as we were just speaking about a minute ago, there are some exceptions for allowing types of affordable housing outside of the UGB today, and those will continue to be allowed.
CDUs, you mean that
Well,
kind of-
like CDUs, but
workers.
converting existing housing to deed-restricted housing, on-site job-related housing. So there are some mechanisms to allow for some accommodation of types of affordable housing outside of the UGB today, and those exceptions or exemptions are carried forward in the plan. So no change there. But the rezoning outside of the UGB is a hard line right now.
Okay. Could I ask you another question? So like a CDU, are they all CDUs now, or are they ever ADUs now? Is it all CDUs?
It's all, what we
Or
have under our
employees?
land use code has caretaker dwelling units, CDUs. We do not have an ADU under our
It's funny,
code.
it's such an implication of wealth to have a caretaker dwelling unit. You know what I mean? It's like, anyway, aside from that, if you decide to have a CDU on your property, is it managed to keep it affordable, or does APTA have any role in that, or is it just you and the county? What happens?
The way it works currently is, it's a voluntary unit. I think it's always important to know it is not a mitigation unit. If you're required to provide,
Right, okay,
pay a
yeah.
housing
Mhm.
impact fee, it does not, it's not that.
Yeah,
So it's a voluntary unit. It does have a deed restriction. The deed restriction is very limited in scope, and it just says if you rent it, it's to a local working resident. It could be occupied by immediate family. You don't have to rent it. It could also sit empty.
what they do.
And what else am I missing? Right, currently those deed restrictions run to the benefit of the county. And again, but it's a very limited deed restriction is the way I always think of it compared to a fully deed restricted housing unit.
Yeah, thank you.
Commissioner Clapper.
So, yeah, my question was, I think, pretty much answered. So if somebody came in and wanted to rezone to AH, it's a dead no, we can't do that. For example, we just had an application that technically had affordable housing on it, and they were saying, oh, it's for workers, but if we don't have workers, we're gonna extend it to the general community. That's kind of a gray area then. Is it work-related occupancy, but if you don't have enough workers who wanna live there, then you can open it up to the community at large? I mean, that's an interesting question. The other one is, again, it's kind of like spot zoning in reverse. We can't even consider rezoning it to AH outside the UGB. And therefore, how are we gonna meet our goal of providing housing? It's creating a, talk about a dead stop. Yeah, interesting. Go ahead.
Well, on the question of caretaker dwelling units and the deed restriction associated with them, there is a policy in the plan that recommends that the caretaker dwelling unit program be bolstered, be improved, so that caretaker dwelling units are actually serving the community in terms of access to housing in a better way than they do today, and that there is enforcement to ensure that they are being used as caretaker dwelling units rather than as...
Going forward.
Yes, going forward. So, so that is an addition to the community housing section in the plan today.
So if the value of the whole property on which the CDU sits rises significantly over time, is the CDU not included in that valuation because it has a deed restriction, or is it just really too complex to talk about right now? It's fine if it is.
I can't answer that. I guess I don't know anything about what that means for valuation of property.
Okay, thanks.
But what I did want to make a point there too, again, what Ellen was speaking to is about the comp plan making recommendations for policy around caretaker dwelling units. Again, this would be in the comp plan that would then guide us in coming back with code amendments, which would then codify, what do those what do those policy ideas look like when we actually put them into code? So
Yeah,
again,
I get it. Thank you for
it's just
that.
I think it's always important to remember kind
So
of
it'll
that
show up later in the codes.
exactly.
Sort of.
But this sets the policy direction for us to then come back
Okay.
with those code amendments.
Thanks for reminding me.
And me.
And I think just as Ellen said, I mean, I think it's important to recognize that there is a lot of policy direction that's doing good work around addressing housing in this plan today. Yes, that policy around affordable housing in the UGB is still intact, but there are a lot of other policies that speak to different types of strategies to address housing more broadly. So I think just in terms of having a comprehensive plan that does address housing as a community need, identifies that, recognizes strategies to address that, this plan does a lot of work to move us in that direction.
Thank you for that digression. I appreciate it.
Not a digression. Great questions. Thank you. So Hannah Hunt's going to take us into the next chapter.
Thanks. So chapter 5 is economic and community health. I think also just to note, this is a big deal to have a chapter that's trying to connect community health and economic health and really capture the policy direction that we are aiming to take as a county. The goal here is that Pitkin County is a healthy, safe, and inclusive place with an economy that supports a sustainable, equitable, year-round quality of life. The broad direction here, engaging the workforce, prioritizing mental and physical health, support for critical community services, and then support for our next generation. This chapter has 6 different policy areas, so healthy community, healthy economy, lifelong services, local food, public safety, and hazard mitigation. And again, those track across those values, so really aligned with balanced economy and equity and affordability. There are aspects that are existing in our land use code, but there's a lot more that's expanded on in this chapter that is new policy direction. So support for community well-being, but that's really further articulated through prioritizing prevention for physical, behavioral, mental health, and alignment with strategic direction through the other county departments. And as we developed this chapter, this was really hand in hand with our other county departments of emergency management and human services and senior services folks and public health. So as they are working on their strategic direction, that has been embedded into the direction that's captured in the policies of this chapter. Another existing policy carried forward, support for local economy, as well as advocating for critical community services and workforce. Again, and workforce development and local pipelines. We had a lot of good discussion with the Planning Commission about making sure that local pipelines is part of the mix. Support community services, as well as specific support for lifelong services, so childhood through senior, support for youth and the next generation, preserving agricultural lands, that ties back to the natural environment chapter, as well as support for food security, food system resilience, and local growers. That was really an interesting emphasis that came out through our community engagement and got captured into this plan, as well as that local food systems piece. Protection for public safety, as well as alignment with other planning efforts, the hazard mitigation plan, the work that emergency management department does, and the other core county operations. So again, that's kind of captures the gist of what's in this chapter.
So I have a very simple language change request. With our Healthy Community Fund, we decided to term it behavioral health rather than mental health, and you kind of switch that terminology. I would like to see, like on this first page, 124, it's under mental health, but then throughout the rest of the document, you have behavioral health. I think it should all be, so that first one on page 124 should be changed to behavioral health. So that the word behavioral runs through this chapter. So any place that you used mental should become behavioral. It's up to the board to determine, but we did make that specific change in our ballot language for the Healthy Community Fund.
Noted.
Easy one.
Great catch, thank you.
I'm going to move to chapter 6. Ellen.
Great. So the goal for the regional approach chapter is to collaborate valley-wide to design and implement systemic solutions to our most challenging and complex issues, from transportation to housing to climate. As the CGAC said, one jurisdiction cannot do it all. So this slide contains, again, a synthesis of broad community direction from community input, existing plans, feedback to date, including direction to engage in regional coordination around priorities of housing and transportation, to preserve and protect regional environmental systems, to recognize quality of life as a regional concern, and to acknowledge that up-valley decisions have down-valley consequences for our workforce. So there are 4 policy areas in this chapter in the left-hand column here: regional transportation, regional climate, watershed-wide environmental protections, and strategic partnerships. The 4 policy areas listed here align with and weave together community values of bold climate, balanced economy, equity, and affordability. So policies, moving to the thank you, policies in this chapter carry forward and bolster the current programs and policies in place by Pitkin County's participation in the EOTC, Elected Officials Transportation Committee, and on the RAFTA board, by the Pitkin County Solid Waste Center, Pitkin County Emergency Services, and our Open Space and Trails Board. The plan now includes new policy direction, or includes policy direction, I should say, to support regional transportation and establish transportation goals and funding sources, and explore emerging transportation technologies, to coordinate with regional partners and develop a regional waste coalition, and support regional climate planning to achieve net zero energy and emissions goals, to recognize strategic partnerships and coordinate strategies to increase wildfire mitigation and fire resilience, and collaborate regionally for access to childcare, to support our watershed resources and support landscape scale regional biodiversity, habitat, and wildlife, and support regional coordination for drought management.
Go back a page.
Yes.
Just to your check boxes. I was looking at all the checks and I didn't, the regional climate is in bold. Where are we? Environmental protections. Something looked like there was a box at strategic partnerships. Maybe I don't understand that. It seems like a strategic partnership includes the regional, all the neighbors, and so for climate, we're definitely working on that. With our regional climate solutions group, for instance, is just one of the things. So I'm just, I saw that box. Though. Why wasn't that checked?
Good point. I mean, as a practical matter, many of the policies in the plan are in alignment with all of these values, but in some cases, some of the policies weigh more heavily.
Right. I was thinking if it's aspirational, do we check the box or do we wait and check it later?
And this is really just,
Okay.
But good point. Thank you.
But you're right, there's active efforts on all those fronts from a strategic partnership standpoint.
I was just trying to figure out, are the checks for we've succeeded, it's done, or it's aspirational, or we're not even thinking about it? What does it mean?
It's meant to show alignment, that those policies address those values or connect with those values.
Yeah.
So, that would be appropriate, I think, for 6.4 to have that box checked.
This will be my
across the
contribution.
bottom. Yeah.
Check a box.
Keep those. Yeah.
And right now, there are
That's a good call.
policies that are in alignment, and then there will be the next step, which is implementation of policies into land use code, building code, energy code, and at that point, we'll know whether, in fact, we are in alignment with those values.
So I can wait and see. I'd rather take your approach, but thank you.
So Francie, since you're chairing right now, because Jeffrey's gone, can I speak?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Since you're chairing, since
You're
Jeffrey's
chair.
gone, can I speak? Thank you.
Seize the carpet.
Under the regional context
Recognize
map.
Patty.
Patty, you can talk now.
Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chairman. Northwest COG includes Route, Grand, and Summit. And, we're just keeping to these 3 counties. When we do regional work throughout the rural resort region, we work closely with Summit. We work closely with Grand, and especially on water issues. Route County is now a member of Northwest COG, which is also our economic development organization, and water with QQ, et cetera, et cetera. I just didn't know why we're just keeping a tight region. We're not.
No, I think depending on the issue, some of these issues may be more relevant to
Those 3 counties?
to the 3
Or the
counties, but
broader?
other issues clearly apply to a broader regional area, and we should be working strategically across that broader region in those cases.
I didn't know how far we wanted to go, because then you could throw in Lake because we're bordering in Gunay because it should be in Pekin. I went over here and said, Gerala Eagle, and then Summit's not, or Grand, or Route when we work. And Jackson County too are all part of COG in that effort, but just wanted to note that. I don't know if
You're talking about the map, Patty.
Yeah,
I see
I'm
on
talking
your
about
page
the
that you're
map.
looking
Okay,
at
the map.
the map that has,
Yeah. But and we could include half the state probably, except we are directly involved in organizations with those other counties. I thought you might want to think about.
Yeah, and some of the policy statements, I think, do give some examples, and certainly in the implementation of carried out through QQ with Northwest COG, or carried out through, this other work.
I just have an affinity towards COG since I've been part of it for 20-something years. So.
Right, they do good work.
Good point. And depending on the issue, there may be a need to reach out to a broader area. Good point. Thank you.
Are we gonna talk about the Stico thing before?
So,
Or after?
First reading, we will before.
if there are no other questions on this chapter, we'll move into the next slide that Hannah Hunt's going to walk through.
Sure, we're just, kind of giving the overview of what's in here. So the appendix is notably not formally adopted, but a good resource of a lot of the reports and the data that went into this effort. There, as we mentioned, there's the some of the highlights in here, the community engagement, so captures the summary of all the engagement that was done, as Jessica mentioned. Community housing appendix, again, memorializes the work and outreach that was done related to the community housing policies. Again, several other studies that are in here. The other piece that's an important aspect of this plan is that we worked with P&Z to put together an implementation matrix, which helps us prioritize next steps related to strategies to implement this through code, through programs, through partnerships, et cetera. There's a little snippet of, you can see part of that on this slide, of the implementation matrix, which has a priority level and then the action. That will really be utilized from a long-range planning standpoint as our work plan as we move that forward, and we'll be pointing to things that you all will see coming back to your desk related to land use code updates and other code updates on the way. So that's generally captures what's in the P&Z adopted plan. We want to next just move to the public comment that was received, and this will summarize the comments that were received since the public notice went out for today's BoCC review of the comp plan. These comments reiterate several of the themes that we have heard kind of throughout the process, and many of which have been already incorporated into the final direction of this plan today. But I will pass to Suzanne for going through some of these.
Thanks, Hannah Hunt. So again, we're just speaking to sort of the couple of comments that we received more recently. I think it's important to really note like how much public comment we did receive over the time, and obviously like all of the public meetings and things that were held. So, but I'll just speak to a couple of the comments that have come in. You received a letter from Aspen One asking for a couple of targeted edits to the final language that was adopted by the Planning Commission on May 12th, 2026. So that's on the screen in front of you. I won't raid through everything, but as you can see, the two edits are highlighted. Basically moving the word proposals in that first sentence. And then the second speaks to and adjacent to existing ski areas. The letter explains sort of the Aspen One's rationale behind that. Staff has had conversations with them and really talked about and thought through those edits, and really find that the language is consistent with and meets the goals of the other goals of the comprehensive plan, and clearly addresses the opportunity to adequately address any impacts of ski area development, and still preserving our ability to have meaningfully evaluate future proposals. Anything that comes about from the ski company goes through our very detailed process, for those of you who are here for the Aspen Mountain Review, through the master plan process and the zoning and whatnot. So we have pretty extensive review over those applications. I do think, I went down the rabbit hole of going back to like the growth management plan and the 1979 code, and what have we said over all of these years about ski areas? And I think the very simple answer, and Aspen One spoke to it in their letter, is the county has never been looking to have more new ski areas. That we were acknowledging even back in the late 70s that we already had 4 at that point, and that we were working within, with those existing ski areas and what those needs might be, and any changes to that, taking them through our process and addressing those impacts. So again, we've looked at this language and feel that it's a pretty minor shift in that language, and that it's appropriate given all of the other policies that we have in the comp plan, and still addresses and balances that looking at those values that we stated initially, that Jessica and everybody's walked through, that we just keep coming back to, which is balancing the economy, preserving rural and wild public lands, supporting an equitable and affordable community, and implementing bold climate action. And those are always going to be those guiding values as we look at any application, including anything that comes forward related to any of the ski areas. So,
Just to clarify, I think what I heard you say is you recommend we approve it as amended.
we support the language, and I guess actually to speak to that, this language is not in the comprehensive plan. Again, the comprehensive plan that is attached to the Planning Commission's resolution has the language that they adopted. So maybe Rye can talk us through. If you give direction to change that language, I think you would ask to amend the resolution in front of you today to make that change to the final comprehensive plan, and then that would be before you on second reading in September.
But not go back to planning and zoning.
That's correct. If the board was gonna make the change that's in the packet right now, because it is not of such a substantial nature that it would not be required to go back to P and Z, in my opinion, so. But any motion to approve on first reading would need to include an amendment to the comp plan, because it's not, as Suzanne said, it's not currently in the adopted language right now.
I don't find the language that different, but if there's a feeling from the ski code that this enables them to make some changes to their operations in the next however many decades in order to accommodate pretty serious changes in ski conditions, I certainly don't want to impede that. And I also feel like this allows them to more sort of robustly, I think, seek year-round operations, which I don't understand why we don't have that anyway, since the buildings are already there, the kitchens are already there, and the lifts are there. So I'm in favor of your recommendation to adopt it as changed, and I don't think it's significantly different, and I hope that it makes it easier for SKICO.
Jeffrey?
Patty?
Yeah, I agree with Francie, and I think, as Suzanne explained, it doesn't mean it's carte blanche. They'd still have to come. There's a rigorous process. So it's not like we're just giving them free-for-all. And they'd have to come in and justify any changes they wanted to do, and I think the ski company understands that, especially if it's between us and the Forest Service, and they jump through those hoops and are good at jumping through them and know what they need to bring forward. So I would support amending the comp plan to include the amended language in that section. And then are you going to go into the letter we received from?
Yep.
Thank you. I didn't even have to say.
You agree too?
Yeah, I would agree with that as well. I understand why they made those proposed amendments, and I agree.
I think the rationale is laid out in the last paragraph of the letter pretty clearly. It's just to have not preclude the conversation and shut it off before we can even consider it.
On to the caucuses.
So, right, the additional letter you received was from Woody Creek and the Crystal Caucus, combined comment. And again, just to respond, kind of putting language in front of you regarding, this is the language out of the Home Rule Charter, looking at that last sentence where it speaks to the caucus master plan shall be considered as one of the primary advisory documents, et cetera. Again, back to the language we spoke about earlier, about sort of being able to weigh the language, policy language from the comp plan and language from the master plans. Where we left it with the may, Jeffrey's may, again, is the opportunity to say, we are always going to be looking at the comprehensive plan and any applicable caucus area master plan, and looking at what they both say, and that will be weighed out and determined, what may take priority. But again, the intent is always that we will be looking at both of those documents, presumably, for a certain area, or if there's more than one that might apply to a particular project. But again, I think the language in the letter spoke to being the primary advisory document versus this is the language in the Home Rule Charter that says it as one of.
Thank you for the clarification.
so,
Every time this conversation has come up in the last 10 years I've been around, we have stated unequivocally that the caucuses are advisory. It's not the primary planning document, it's an advisory document, and that has been as I have understood it all this time. So thank you for clarifying that.
I have a question about that, if that's okay. So I know where we just went with this twice. And I'm just wondering, some of the caucuses have made pretty strong statements about house size. And so they've limited their house size, no matter what comes forward with GDRs and stuff, to 5,750 square feet. So is that within our purview to override that if we have somebody come in with a request to land TDRs and make it bigger?
Those have been codified. Again, when a caucus area has made that recommendation in their master plan, when we did the 2023, ordinances, countywide 9250, and then all of those areas that had lower limits than that, we've captured all of those in overlay zone districts, and that is clearly our intent going forward for any other caucus area that may come forward with a limit. So that is codified. That is, yeah.
So once the recommendation moves into an overlay district, then it's codified. Yeah.
Commissioner Clapper.
So we don't, some caucuses would prefer or would like us to, and have kind of sort of asked us to, codify their whole plan. We picked out things that made sense and were in a timely manner, so we codified. We've done that over years. Done that, that part of it. And I think the letter that we received from, came through Susan Taylor, but it was for the Crystal River and Woody Creek. It does say planning through elected caucuses. I want to clarify, the caucuses aren't elected. It's mandated by state statute that we create neighborhood caucuses, is that? Or we just willingly created caucuses and asked them to create their own master plans. And then we review them and use them as recommending documents.
Sure.
Fight over it.
The caucuses are a creature of our home rule charter.
So we did it on our own volition.
The mandate from the state is with respect to adopting a master plan, that master planning document that encompasses all of Picken County.
Okay.
And we do that through the comprehensive plan, the sort of the overarching plan, with the smaller caucuses proposing caucus master plans that are then adopted by the Planning and Zoning Commission, and that sort of
kind of comes
fills
to us for
the
review.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Further questions or comments?
Well, just regarding the points in the letter from Woody Creek Caucus, I just want to make sure, is there anything else we need to discuss in these four?
We have a couple more slides.
Okay, great, thank you.
Maybe it'll speak to, I think, well, if you go to the next one, Hannah Hunt. Again, this just speaks to what we already, the language we already talked about that we've mentioned before. And then the next one.
And that language is already in the comp plan.
Yes, yes, that is the language that's in the adopted comprehensive plan.
Make sure.
And then the next was about, managing growth and the urban growth boundary issue we spoke to. And again, the policy as written, here's a number of the highlighted statements, but directing growth to appropriate locations with urban growth boundaries is a preferred location, incentivize preservation of rural character, support the preservation of the natural environment. Again, I think these are all of the things that this spoke to, expressly reaffirming the longstanding commitment. I think the comprehensive plan clearly does that, and I think we've tried to be really thoughtful about presenting, here's what we've been doing in the policy we've lived under for decades in Pitkin County. Those still stand, and we're trying to bolster those. So again, this is the language that's in the comp plan, and I think that speaks to the comments about managed growth.
Thank you, and I think this is clear, and it's succinct.
Yeah, and the one additional one was transparency regarding further growth. There's been a lot of discussion of a future land use map, and our implementation matrix includes that as a high priority implementation item, which is looking broadly at the county and trying to incorporate how some of these policies, what they look like on the land, where they apply. Again, that will be an additional exercise that I think we have some money in the budget that we'll be talking to you about for 2027, but to do that work. But that will be a supplement, essentially an additional item to put that together going forward. I don't know if anything you guys want to add there. So,
I just, if I could, I think this comment was driven by, Phillips, honestly, with Woody Creek Caucus responding to the Phillips proposal that overrode the P&Z and the Woody Creek Caucus. And so I think they're probably feeling the pain from that and responding to it. Whether or not we can always predict where things are going to happen, I don't anticipate any other developments that the county has in mind. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think there's anything else out there that's going to surprise people like Phillips did.
Well, maybe safe passages.
Maybe what?
For
Just
development,
saying.
development of housing, or
It might affect housing depending on where it goes and stuff. I'm just saying it might be out there as another one. But I agree, this probably is going to do it for a while till we have other big projects.
well, I think what they're asking for is a certain certainty that we can't just change the rules whenever it
Right.
suits us.
Right.
Right.
okay, I think we just have one more slide, which is, actually, first I will say, I think everyone else has already said it, but thanks to all of the many people on our team and beyond, the Planning Commission, the community, the Growth Committee. I mean, again, so many people have had a point of contact, I think, in making this come to be, and I think we're all very excited to finally be at this, moving towards the final step of getting the BoCC approval. So just huge kudos to the entire team that has gotten us to this point.
Thank you. It's immense.
And so we're recommending that you approve the resolution in front of you. I'm not going to read the whole thing. On first reading and public hearing, and set for second reading on September 23rd.
Well, I will make a motion that we approve
is
it,
a
if I
public
could,
hearing.
with the amendments. What?
Public hearing.
Oh, yes. And I'm looking forward to the public hearing. Yes. I'll hold off.
Just
For
letting you know.
Jeffrey?
He waits for me to say that, he decides.
Further commissioner questions or comments?
I just want to say thank you as well. Someone kind of new to the comp plan idea. You can go through 150 pages and not know what the changes are, and I thought the way you presented this with the new policy direction is really helpful, probably for everybody, because that's really what this is kind of about. What are the new changes that are being made, and it kind of helps lay out, why are we doing this? Because we want to put those in place. And I don't need to go into, I took a lot of notes, but I think I'm good, and a lot of good questions were asked, but I appreciate the way you presented this all.
Can I go back and ask a Chapter 3 question?
Sure.
No.
So, I'm looking at Hannah Hunt. So,
I'm feeling it.
so Chapter 3.
Let's
So we
go
have flat growth in Pitkin County. Next, I'm looking at you because it's sort of the demographer question. So we have flat growth for the next 24 years. This is our 2050 plan. And I went back and I read Brendel's 60 pages on water, because I thought that was probably the value add in this. And they're projecting 9 to 18% growth in water usage over the next 25 years due to infill, redevelopment, change of use. And so I'm just trying to figure out, I'm trying to circle that with no growth. There's no growth in headcount in Pitkin County. There's growth in Eagle, there's growth in Garfield. So it's more of a theoretical question. It's not like I'm trying to align Brendel's work with what we ended up with in the 2050 plan and see if there's any holes in that. So, or how did Brendel's work then influence growth and strategies and policy?
Sure. I mean, not to dive too deeply into that report,
was a
but there
geeky
is
question, sorry.
there is our amount of gallons per capita are
Yeah.
much higher than other parts of the state. So there's a multiplier, even if there's not substantial growth, there's a multiplier on what we currently use for water usage that is higher than other places. So that's that may be one of the contributing factors to that. There's other aspects probably to, kind of take a look at that report, but that's definitely a big piece, and one of the aspects that we're looking forward to next steps kind of on the code side to get at water use and water adequacy to bring down that gallons per capita number.
Yeah, I just think it's a fascinating report, and I admittedly I was like left with the conclusion. I'm like, well, that was incomplete. Like, where do you go from here? And what do we, how does policy then reflect the sort of 60 pages of research that went into their report? And I was waiting to see it, so I was like, I'll wait.
I think the other thing that I know is a lot of the data behind it too is while our population growth is remaining flat, there's a lot of other growth numbers, whether it's visitors, second homeowners, that is not flat. And so I think that's the other piece in between of, yes, our population numbers are expected to be flat by the demographer, but there's a lot of other ways in which the people are coming and using county that is driving some of the policy, right, that are factoring into.
Thank you. Thanks.
And we're just plain profligate
There's an
in this
analogy of
county,
electricity.
in many ways.
Any further discussion at the board table? Any final comments?
Thanks for that, Jeffrey. That was worthwhile.
Seeing none, I'm going to go to Marcella Larson in line, and I'll reverse policy and go online first. For those that didn't commute and didn't take up any room on our highway. Marcella, the floor is yours.
Okay. So I'm super surprised about your change in the basically accepting what's called Aspen 1. It's GECO, and we're gonna have to go back and regroup as a caucus. You understand that, right?
Marcella, you have 3 minutes to address the board.
Well, I'm done.
Thank you for your comment, Marcella.
Do you have a response?
Further comments in the room or online? Tony.
Hi, Jennifer. Hi. Hi, for the record, my name is Tony Kronberg, and I apologize. On the agenda. What was that? Thank you. Thank you. I probably did. For the record, my name is Tony Kronberg, and I apologize. On the agenda, it said that this review of the comp plan was at 4 o'clock, so I missed the first part of it. And the slides were not included on the agenda, and what I did was I went into the summary book that was posted. That was what was approved. And what I wanted to address was the transit and mobility. Did you speak about transit and mobility today? And what I would like to do is that, and I don't have I haven't pulled it up yet on my phone, but the policy that was adopted by planning and zoning is an outdated policy. And if this is for the future, I wanted to address some of the points on it. And I apologize, I don't have my notes with me right now. But there's a couple sections in it, and I did bring them up before planning and zoning. And I listened to the meeting, but I didn't say anything. Meeting notes, and I didn't see public comment up here that was addressed. But what I wanted to bring forward was that in the first 2 sections, that we need to add the word reliable, because we need reliable transportation. And then it bumps down to the rail corridor, which is referencing with the Rio Grande Trail. And the Rio Grande Trail is owned by RAFTA up to Woody Creek, and then from Woody Creek to Aspen city limits, it's owned by Picken County, and then into Aspen, it's owned by Aspen. And I think there needs to be made a difference between what the regional transportation is, and is this plan going to affect applications coming forward on transportation all the way down to Glenwood, or is it just within Picken County? So that's a rail corridor. And then one of the sections talks about light rail, and that they wanted to support it, and the language, and then the next section was on aerial, gondola, and tramways. And I brought up before planning and zoning that both of the two descriptions for the light rail and the gondola should match, because they have the same type of criteria when you're getting ready to approve something. So far as light rail, you need parking areas. You need to take a look at the environment. Same thing with the gondola. And then with the gondola light rail, there's a statement in there that said that it shuts down in adverse conditions. And light rail, the gondola is actually one of the best modes of public transportation in inclement weather. So there, and I will draft something up. I started to write something, but I didn't finish it up. But I think that really needs to be addressed, is that where are we going with the future? And then it also did not mention at all about Brush Creek Park and Ride. And Brush Creek Park and Ride is an integral part of the transportation plan. So I'll bring my comments forward. I apologize. I'm really not that prepared because I don't have my notes in front of me.
Thanks, Tony.
So I said I was expecting the meeting to be at 4.
Thanks, Tony.
But thank you so much. And for the staff, when you take a look at all the wordsmithing they've done, it's unbelievable. You've done such an excellent job. And I just want to update like the transit and mobility section of it. Hours and hours. Thanks.
For the public comment, in the room or online, looking to close public comment and bring it back to the board if I see no additional hands, either in the room or online. Thank you. Public comments closed. Bring it back to the board.
I think Francie was going to make a
I'll
motion.
make my motion now,
So-
if that's okay with you, Jeffrey?
Please.
Approving the Picken County Comprehensive Plan adopted by the Picken County Planning and Zoning Commission by resolution number PZ 0082026. First reading, and thank you so much to everybody. It is an incredible
I will
piece of
second that
work.
with the inclusion of the amendment to
Thank you.
the word mental to behavioral health. And the second one was the inclusion of ski company language as amended.
So friendly. So we have two. We have an update to section 3.7.3 and an update to chapter 5 as amended at the table. Further questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
It was really well done, you guys.
Great job.
Thank you.
Great job.
Well done on paper and well done in presentation. Thank you.
Herculean task.
Yeah. But you're not finished yet. We're going to make lots of changes on second reading. Just so you can come back.
The topics you brought up was really valuable.
Yeah, thank you.
So, Andorra, we are in open discussion. And I think there's congratulations and thank you guys for,
Yeah.
and our county manager in that thank you. So, it's what a long, strange trip it's been. Sorry, I'm a lot of musical reference today. Just one.
I wrote to Forrest that we were passing it, and he said, that's exciting. That should raise some feather on developers and builders alike. Congratulations.
Open discussion.
I just know we have a letter before us about bikes, and I'm totally supportive of this letter.
Yeah, that's it. That's
And we should just sign it, the Board of County Commissioners.
Sign on before the 1st of September.
Thank you.
This is the,
To turn this around.
yeah, before you all is follow-up from yesterday, the letter that was circulated, and we believe we have to submit it by September 1st. There's no changes from what was shared electronically with you yesterday. Just wanted you all
So
to
do we
see.
want to have all 5 signatures or just have Jeffrey sign it? I think when we put up, I don't know, whatever. I think Jeffrey's signature is probably good on this one.
Yeah, Kurt at RAFTA signed it for our board. So however you want to do it, I'm happy to sign or,
Rasha signed this?
yeah, yeah, they did.
I think the chair can just sign for the board.
I talked to Brian Long at City Trails, and he says it's actually not going into effect till January 1st. Maybe that's why there's some, I mean, we should still get behind it, but they're
Maybe
out citing people and letting people know that the prohibition is coming. And there may be other legislation that they were looking for as well, but
Is the legislation against the manufacturers or against the riders? Or both?
It's about the marketers who are doing false advertising, manufacturers are doing false, documentation.
Not about the rider. The riders are being misled.
What about the kids who are riding them?
They're getting misled by.
Are they gonna get ticketed or something though, or?
Probably.
Yeah, they're illegal. Parents are buying them for their kids, or the kids are buying them that shouldn't be riding them, and they shouldn't be ridden. I'm just.
I wasn't aware of this, but just reading the email, it said that there was a bill that was pulled last year that would hold liability on parents for allowing minors to be out on illegal devices, but that didn't make it through. I wasn't aware of that one, but that stuff like that may come back around, so we should keep our eyes open.
This really comes down to enforcement, and I think eventually it'll come down to speed limits rather than devices, because the devices are so different and there are so many of them. It'd be much easier just to enforce speed and probably have some safety training, helmet rules, things like that, which we've seen before.
You don't think there's an angle to try to just keep them from being on the, like, for sale altogether? Like, there's nowhere they're allowed to be used legally.
Why not?
Private off-road.
Well, because it needs to be a licensed vehicle, like a motorcycle.
Oh.
You know.
They're not licensed.
If you get a license, you could theoretically.
But I don't think there's a provision for licensing a
off-road
bicycle
vehicle.
that's really a motorcycle at
For a
this time.
10-year-old, yeah.
Yeah,
For a
that's
10-year-old.
the reason they
I
do
mean,
it.
I agree with responsible ridership, but I also think that if the bike companies, they kind of look at it like it's still a sweet spot for them. They could just keep selling these to unknowing parents. And,
Right, sure.
And you just can't staff the
No,
trails in the way that we manage roads.
Knowing
It's just
kids, yeah.
sidewalks, like,
Right, no, it's definitely a problem. There was a gang on the mall the other night.
Gang, were
It
you
was like
scared?
a mini bike gang. I wish I was one of them. If I was 11, I would have wanted to be there.
Without a helmet on your
Oh,
cell
yeah, no,
phone.
they were like,
So, but there's nothing in this about if they're 16 and they want to buy one, and
This
there's
is
no avenue for getting it licensed?
This letter is specifically asking the Attorney
The
General
manufacturers,
to
yeah.
enforce what we've got, I believe.
There's no avenue to license a motorcycle that's a bicycle or a bicycle that's a motorcycle.
So we're letting Jeffrey sign it for us if we all agree? I'm in
Well-
favor of it.
Well, that's what I'm asking questions about. I'm not 100% sure about, so, I mean, so what if this goes through and we're saying, but there becomes an avenue for the companies to get them legitimate and get them being able to be licensed? This doesn't get at the thing of young kids riding around or anything, you know what I'm saying?
It's a different issue.
Yeah.
Well, they'll have to change the House bill that got passed that says that these are falsely marketed and sell high-powered vehicles. I mean, the law made it illegal for manufacturers, retailers to falsely market and sell these types of bikes. It's the
Okay,
first
so
sentence of the letter.
that's all we're concerned about right now. That's all we're doing right
Yeah,
now. Okay.
yeah. We're just asking them to enforce the law as the law was passed.
Okay.
And signed by the governor.
Thumbs up? What do you need? Do you need anything from us? Right. Jeffrey seems good to go. Okay, then, I would like to make a motion.
Motion to adjourn? You want to go?
I
You
want
want
to get out of
You
here.
want to go to the chapel?
I'm ready to go.
You got a show?
Is there anything else going on here? That's all I had for open discussion. I'd make a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Good,
Got a
Patty.
I'll second it.
All those in favor?
So
And
moved,
Dora?
you're so moved.
Aye.
Aye. All those
Aye.
in favor?
Aye.
Thanks.
And
Thanks,
Dora,
Ryan.
enjoy your afternoon. Thank you.